Today is the day of the 200th tribute from the Council of Men, really? But yeah, I don't know if I'd say that my grocery store is from 3021. I don't think they're that far ahead of their time. They're kind of expensive, frankly, but... So... Current year is year 270. I would like to get to 272 today, but we'll see what we can do. Longdeath continues. We do have a couple of depressed merchants. We also have some unnamed merchants. We named some yesterday: Costlord, Voidwalk, Nosferatu, and Hazazal, as well as Caveman Crafting and Side Scoop. But living named dwarves are Spitalier Free, Evil Trick, who made an artifact, Battle Axe, yesterday, made of bone. Very proud of him. Simplex, Peter, Cyrolac, Bluewater, Seeker, Taurus, Kade, Knowles, Ghost, Tiny Goliath, Trees, Aquafunkalistic Bootywap, Defcom, Corvius Suede, Patchwork, Massive, Whitcode, Jack Nerick, Clay, Goffer, LaFonda, Vim ML, Max, Stone, Abe Xendi, Belug, The Scoid, and of course, Pilot. You know, something I've noticed about our lovely girl Stone, she doesn't need to be in the military as much these days. I mean, she still feels a lot of self-pity about her general well-being and standard life, and also has a lover in Belug the Second, which is wonderful. But outside of that is pretty calm these days. Other dwarves that we can check in on is Nosferatu, who was depressed for a little bit, and then I got him making figurines. Made him quite a bit happier. Simplex, still my mayor. Very outraged after me having the balls to not appease the demand that they had, but it was a bed made out of fine pewter, which you can't do in Dwarf Fortress, outside of some extreme RNG. So obviously, yeah, that didn't happen. I'm gonna slaughter a bunch of cougar cubs, because I'm a bad person. But, yeah, Longdeath continues. We're gonna continue digging down the glass and continue doing mental health stuff and trying to get some more babies in the fort. We currently have 2 babies in the fort. We killed one yesterday, by mistake. So goal for today is a few more babies in the fort. Yeah, Longdeath continues. It's good to be back on that train. Something else I would like to do is I want to get the stairwell going down. That's right, or that should be right here. I want this to be a little bit more efficient. Instead of going down through these ramps, I kind of want them to go up here. So I'm going to put up downstairs right there. Sure, I can make them out of diorite. And go from here. Up to here. What's one above this? And then 2 downstairs right there. I'll have to run through the whole thing and rebuild it. What's up, Donzales? Does the trick? I've been told that too. But not in my experience. So, done with lunch and back to work. You have a good day at work. Hopefully, work has been entertaining and fun. And not long, dull, and boring. Cheers, Taylor. But yeah, I would like to stop them from using that ramp up and down. But most of my dwarves right now are working on these figurines because I'm trying to clear the boulders out of here. Just a bit. For sure not dull. That's good. We're also working on, of course, those ballista arrows. But we are working on all of these figurines to keep the dwarves busy and also clear out some of the piles and piles of rock that we've been digging up from the depths to build the very, very, very large glass tube. I am legally blind, yes. If you're curious, type an exclamation point eyes. There you go. I should probably rewrite that. That's kind of old. Thing was written like 4 years ago. Some information's been updated, but still does the trick. With all of the basic information. Was that a noble? I just saw a upset dwarf. I'm trying to figure out who that was. It's probably this one. Yeah, it was Spitalier. This dwarf's weird because this dwarf really wants to hear poetry all the time. I don't know if I'd call myself inspiring. Maybe a pretty good example of what not to do. But thank you. I wouldn't want to be like me if I had the option. But it makes sense why people would come to that conclusion. But thank you for the compliment all the same. And the human caravan has arrived. The humans have arrived to trade. First caravan. Now we're waiting on, there's a second caravan, and the royal treasurer. So now we gotta stop them from working on those figurines and get them to bring everything to the trade depot. So everybody stop what you're doing and start transporting figurines. I don't really go out of my way to find channels that I'm not already friends with. So if you're speaking of other visually impaired streamers, not really, no. I mean, there are some, but none that I know off the top of my head. I don't really consider it to be something worth marketing. If I could do Twitch over again, I would have a different username and nobody would know, but here we are. There go the figurines. One at a time. I used to put them in bins, but pretty quickly what would happen is the wrong items would end up in those bins that I didn't want in there. Yeah, okay, that is Spitalier. I don't know what to do with you. Agitated, lonely, frustrated. I want to practice martial art. I mean, there's something we can maybe do with you. Let's put you into the... Actually, you can be the militia captain of the bear fighters. Go literally practice a martial art. When did I say I was ashamed? I don't recall ever saying I was ashamed. I simply stated if I could do it a second time, I wouldn't have the same username. But branding is hard to change once it's ingrained. Decide. Who said I wanted to inspire other people to stream? I want to stream. But why would I want other people to stream? That's just more competition, really. Who said that's a good thing? I don't know. I guess. You've just trickled into my weird sense of humor is all. You don't need to be quiet. What the heck just happened? I'll say this, right? I'm just a person, like anybody else. Been doing this for a very long time. Been streaming for a very, very, very long time. I've done a lot of things. I've worked in a lot of jobs. There's many things that make me me. My eyes are not the thing that make me me. Right? So if you want to be a member of this channel, that's totally fine. Hang out. But just know that there are things that I do that could be inspiring to others that have absolutely nothing to do with my disadvantages. Those are the things that I would like to inspire others with, not the, oh, just because your body is broken doesn't mean you can't do anything. Because there are many people out there with busted fucking bodies and messed up goddamn brains that have been doing amazing things for years. But that's not what makes them do amazing things. It's just a little bit of hard work. So I'm happy that that you think that I'm inspiring. That's awesome. But don't be inspired by me doing things that I want to do because my eyes don't work. Be inspired because you think that the outcome of the work that I've done is something cool. I've never seen that TED Talk. Maybe I should look it up afterwards. I don't know how to pronounce that. It's like Gana Vakasur. Gana Vakasur. I'm probably butchering that. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to you people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? Be inspired by the work that I've done, you know? Be inspired by what I've created. Don't be inspired that, you know, I'm actually going outside and doing stuff just because things are harder for me. Some people might need a confidence boost. This is true. This is true. That being said, there's a lot of people out there that just need to fucking grow up. And, you know, for me, when I was younger, I was a bit of a baby, you know, not the most confident person, but it wasn't being inspired by other people that gave me a confidence boost. It wasn't seeing other people that were disabled out in the world doing things that gave me a confidence boost. What gave me a confidence boost was pretty fucking simple. Ghana Vakasur says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. The thing that inspired me was the fact that everybody else is really fucking lazy and takes what they have for fucking granted. And I realized pretty quickly when I moved into working and got my first set of jobs is that, the vast majority of people that I am around and working with and working around are lazy, dogshit, stupid fucking people. I just need to work slightly harder than all of them, and I'll do just fine. Disabilities are null. And here I am, doing just fine. It's not inspiring. What I've done isn't particularly difficult. It just takes a little bit of determination and effort. Anybody can fucking do that. Disabilities are not. Is it Vaku Esser? Wait, hold on. Let me double check that. There you are. It's VICUSASIR. Now, to be clear, I'm not criticizing your compliment, and I accept the compliment. This is just how I talk. This is how I deconstruct and think about things. What you're getting right now is a little window into my brain because you've complimented me and I don't know how to respond to it. It's not something that I'm good at doing, is accepting a compliment. So someone gives me a compliment and I'm like, well, actually, is my response to the compliment, which is probably a bad thing. But, you know. Oh no! It's time to edit the art, Stone. No, you're not a fool. You're a stone. Come on, please. Please, man. You are many things, Stone. But you are no fool. I actually know a fool. His name is literally Fool. He goes by Fool on the internets in most places. He is a fool. You are a stone. It's a really good game, isn't it? Alien? That game is so bloody good. Like when things get going and stuff just builds and works, oh, it's so satisfying. It is so goddamn satisfying. Gotta work on these stairways. And, dig some downstairs. And then fill in this. You're unquestionably passionate about that? I can't tell if that's sarcasm or not. But thank you? I don't know how to respond to that one. Like even more so than normal. Trader's been requested at depot. Tiny Goliath, the heck are you doing? There you are. You're up here socializing. You're gonna go drink. Then after you drink, you're gonna go do the thing. Hey, Ultimate, what up? I don't know. If I have a skill that I'm terrible at, the skill that I am hands down, no questions asked, the worst at, it's probably accepting compliments. Yay, there you go, Stone. You're hungry again? I don't get that feeling very often. Gotta say. All right, it's time for a new broker for a bit. Tiny Goliath's good at the job, but we need somebody else to go get this done. I'm going to give it to my mayor, briefly. That's not what I get told on Tinder, so I don't trust Twitch chat. Gonzalez. Generally, I get called old looking. You got coffee, that's breakfast. But coffee's a very good breakfast. Are you eating only water again as a meal? Yeah, add a little bit of protein powder to that, and you're good. How old do you think I am? It's always a fun question. And then I'll tell you. You guess first. Some people in this chat know, because I have a patch of gray. I have got more than a patch of gray. I'm 27. There you go. I think Murphys knew that, but I just turned 27. No, I got called 35 the other day. But then again, I've had people tell me that I look like I'm in my 30s since I was like 22, so. I feel like I kind of hit a point of like pothead and gray hair around in my early 20s, where everybody who's like under the age of 18 just assumes I'm 35. It's like anybody I speak with who's like 16 to 21 thinks I'm 35. Anybody who's like in their mid 20s to mid 30s thinks I'm 30. And anybody older than that thinks I'm 27 or 25. It's kind of funny. That's pretty good. Stone. That's pretty good. Having young-looking jeans is always a good thing. This is why you don't buy the jeans from Abercrombie and Finch with the big holes in the knees, because that's never going to end well for anybody. That's just going to, you know, end with you having holes in your knees. Where's my mayor? Get him down here. Yeah, silly dwarfs. There you go. Come on over to trade at Depot. When you buy distressed jeans, you don't need to rip them yourself. I'll have you know, the only good thing to do with torn knees in your jeans is you cut them off and make jorts. That's the only thing that you do with holes ripped in your knees, is you cut them off and make jorts. You know what? Actually, let's put Peter into this job. Let's make a few dwarves that are pretty good brokers. There you go. You're going to go trade at Depot. That's what I want to see. My mayor's too busy these days to do trading. Never again. I love jeans. I can't wear anything else outside jeans. Well, that's not true. I wear sweatpants, but then I just sweat like crazy unless it's like cold. If it's like below 10 degrees Celsius in my apartment, I'll wear sweatpants. Outside of that, no. Jeans. Jeans or shorts. Cargo's where it's at. I hate cargo pants. Fucking hate cargo pants. They're so uncomfortable to sit in. Also, what kind of jeans are you wearing? Are you wearing like skinny jeans? Like, are you wearing some Green Day ass like fucking skinny jeans? If you're wearing straight jackets on your legs, you need to stop wearing skinny jeans, my friend. You're COVID 19 pounds and had to change your wardrobe. I went from weighing 60 kilograms at the beginning of the pandemic to weighing 59 kilograms at the end of the pandemic. Actually, that's not true. I weighed 57 kilograms, then I got hospitalized, then I went up to 61 kilograms, and now I'm back down to 59 kilos. So, I lost weight in the second half of the pandemic. I gained weight and then I lost weight again. This year or next? Yeah, no, me too. It'd be cool to have it out. You put on like 15 kilo? What the fuck are you guys doing? Just like sitting on your asses drinking beer. Have you ever heard of this thing called going for a walk? You know, it's funny because like yesterday I was ranting kind of in a sarcastic manner about how much I unironically despise electric scooters, right? Well, you want to know why you're gaining? Stop riding an electric scooter. Anyway. Too crowded to go for a walk here? Can't help you. You haven't been that since you were 14? Yeah. No, I am 6'1" and 59 kilos. It's like 120 pounds. It's like 126 pounds, I think. Well, that's good, Beer Manure, then. At least you look good in skinny jeans. I've never looked good in skinny jeans. Unless I put on black eyeliner and cut my hair short and cut it into a mohawk. And then I'd look okay in skinny jeans, but then I'd have the proper, like, anti-flag look. Because those guys are in their 40s and they're still rocking it. Works for them. Is B2 busy to eat? I don't want to agree with you, but, like, over the summer I almost never eat lunch, which is a problem. Just because, like, I'm not hungry when it's hot out. Brander, what's up? It's good to see you. It's like I'll eat breakfast and dinner. Pretty hearty breakfast. I had eggs and rice for breakfast. Lunch is usually a sandwich, but today will be more rice because I have a lot of leftover rice. Rice with spinach and kale in it from my garden. Some chickpeas. Oh, Andrew WK. Andrew WK, yes. That was indeed brought up yesterday. Just go to YouTube and type in Party Hard and you'll find him. Or Ready to Die. Those are like the two songs that he's known for. But even those, I would argue he's probably not really known for those songs. And I recommend looking up the Andrew WK Steve Mike conspiracy. While you're, like, you know, headbanging to some Party Hard. The man who is known for songs such as Party Hard and Party Till You Puke. And now he's just like a mental health advocate, like anti-depression guy who talks about being super depressed and having addictive tendencies, which just makes way too much sense. He's also kind of a fucking genius when it comes to marketing. No more assorted nuts. I feel like every time you're in the stream, you've just run out of some form of food. Like yesterday it was yogurt? What? Yogurt, and now it's assorted nuts. I ran out of my beans medley mix that I made a couple of months ago, and I'm very sad. I had all these nicely portioned out medleys of beans that I'd pre-measured and had all ready to cook. Well, they were already cooked, but, like, you know, reheat up and make. They'd been frozen. They were delicious. Finally ran out of them. $220 left. Gotta love some dried legumes. Yeah, I've got a shit ton of red beans that I need to cook up, though. Shit ton of red beans, chickpeas, and I need to cook all of those up and reportion them again. Humans that have headed off on their journey. I do wonder if dwarves will ever be able to get tattoos. I'm sure the dwarves could come up with the... I mean, we already have dye, right? We already have dye, and all we need now is pointy stick. With all you need for tattoo is dye and pointy stick. Yeah, I have green lentils and yellow lentils in a big-ass bag that I need to cook. I also have chickpeas that I need to cook, and I have red beans. I could easily get some pinto beans, though. Pinto beans are good. It's the nicest thing ever, is just have, like, a big old stockpile of vegan nom-noms, and then just, like, add whatever to it. And scarification is already an option. Scarification is already an option. They're just not very artistic scars. Also, I just have fucking Andrew WK stuck in my head again. Thanks. The thing about Andrew WK is all of it, like, his entire first album is just earworms. And they're all really good earworms. The whole album's just called I Get Wet. Just listen to that whole album. It's so good. I just have Ready to Die stuck in my head now. Bam 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 bam. Damn 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 damn. Damn 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 damn. Hey Renbird, I have really bad news. Your child wanted silk and went insane because I didn't get silk in time. I thought they wanted bones. They actually wanted silk, and I let your child sit. And, yeah, they went nuts. I feel really bad. I was, like, seconds too slow. So sorry, Renbird, but your dwarf is dead, unfortunately. It was a sad time. We did round of beers. I made you a statue as an apology and put it next to your coffin right here. It says, on this item is a finely designed image of Renbird, the dwarf and snails by LaFonda. Renbird is surrounded by the snails. You must have liked snails. Which is awfully sad. After placing them, well, I need a statue to show you. Hit T, find a statue, press enter, press V. So, T, statue, enter, V. For view. See? This view description. Works for most placed objects. Like table, enter, V. This is an exceptional silver table. Of course, I could also hit K and see that it's a silver table. But if I hit T, press enter, I can get the detailed description, which in this case is a superior quality silver table. This is also a superior quality silver table. This is also an exceptional quality silver table. This is a masterful iron pedestal created by Focal Fury. And this is a wagon wood blocks. Like snails for their tongues. Oh no. Oh no. That's a snail tongue? That is really pretty. That is really pretty. Also, apparently Andrew WK put out a song 3 hours ago. On the topic of Andrew WK, he must have been watching the stream yesterday. Also, Andrew WK is on Napalm Records now? What the fuck? He's putting out a new album in September called God is Partying. Hold on a second. I need to listen to this. This is very important. You're broken down. That sucks. Are you still on data, Orange? Although it's appropriate that he's on Napalm. That's actually perfect. Yep, still stupid Andrew affair. Not as much of an earworm as his old stuff, though. Did you break it, or did it break it? Yeah, that would... Actually, hold on a second. So if the suspension broke in the trailer, I mean, it's just a really, really bumpy ride for the stuff in the trailer, right? Well, I'm not a scientist and I know nothing about driving a vehicle, so please humor me. You're hauling toilet paper. That gets jostled around. Who gives a fuck? The new trailer and inspected it, and the suspension bags won't inflate. Can't legally roll with it. Oh, come on. Come on. What's the worst that's going to happen? It's not like you're going to break rolls of toilet paper. Cargo is literally padding. Yeah, exactly. You just take a couple rolls of TP and stick it in this. That sucks. I hope it gets fixed sooner rather than later. That fucking blows. So how long do you need to wait before you can get your shit fixed? Oh, so you're not hauling toilet paper anymore. You're hauling something else out now? I getcha. Man, that sucks. I mean, still paper. Although paper's heavy. So maybe that's why it broke your suspension. That sucks, dude. That really, really sucks. Yes, another fragile material. Well, you know how you were talking yesterday about how it would cost you like $250 a month to get 50 gigs of data? Might be worth it. With this kind of consistency in your trucks. Might actually be worth it. Is the suspension obviously broken? Or is it like just a minor issue that wouldn't show up from the outside? Can damage roads too? These are American roads he's driving on. They're already wrecked anyway. Sorry, I'm just being an ass. It's unstable to drive. I know. I'm just trying to make light of a crappy situation. That sucks, man. I do hope that they get there in an hour and 20 instead of an hour and a half to 3 hours. Used to drive for a couple of years before doing web dev. Oh, really? No. I mean, hopefully he doesn't get left out in the middle of nowhere. Seen bridges with worse support beams than the condo building that you're from down in Florida. There are some bridges that are just like kind of scary. And then there's like bridge construction teams that are kind of scary. Like there's a bridge that's close to me now that crosses the Fraser. When they were constructing it, they dropped it not once but twice, and it each time like put them behind like 6 months. They kept dropping massive chunks of this bridge into the river. Why? Operator error. I see. Tax scam. But, you know, twice they dropped the bridge into the river. Missed the joke that can't legally roll with the toilet paper. Besides, it's a pity because you shouldn't be delivering toilet paper, Orange. You should be delivering bidets. This is 2021. They should order toilet paper and then just receive a container full of bidets, and they'll be like, "What is this shit?" And you'll be like, "What you ordered?" And then just close the door and walk away. Your dad is this. Although, actually, I wonder if bidets would be better or worse for LA because of the water shortage. I know that you didn't deliver them to LA. I'm just kind of thinking out loud here. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, it just occurred to me that actually maybe making your toilets use, like, it's like 6% more water or something is actually worse for LA than the paper usage. Huh. Didn't actually think about that. But what if we started recycling water? What if we, like, weren't so wasteful with our water? What if, like, Nestle didn't exist? What if, like, I know that we need bottled water for certain parts of the world to, like, not die, but, like, what if we had the infrastructure to not need bottled water? Think about it. Yeah, I've seen that before, Renbird. I've seen that before. I mean, at that point, you'd also be getting, like, your own shampoo water sprayed at your ass if you had a bidet. I think it's called gray water. Yeah, well, I mean, here are high as nuts. Why are the nuts high? Who gave the nuts drugs? Are we talking about nuts in a tree high? Because, like, they're, growing on branches? Is that why the nuts are high? Well, like, what do you mean by the nuts are high? How can something be high as nuts? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, are we talking about, like, nuts in a tree? Because that's not that high. Like, that's just a step ladder.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
I mean, yeah, a squirrel bites off shell and gets at nut. If you were a squirrel, you would also bite off shell and get at nut. Stream's only just started and we've already had a bunch of weird conversations. I'll be here all day. Quite literally. I'm, like, weirdly excited about the fact that a new fucking Andrew WK album is coming out. Like, I've just been listening to a bunch of Andrew WK. He must have, like, heard or something. For being low. Do your nuts hang low? Do they wobble to and fro? Can you tie them in a knot? Can you tie them in a bow? God, I hope not. What about walnuts? No, those are on walls. Those aren't high. Because they're walnuts, right? Not to be confused with floor nuts. Very different from ceiling nuts and cupboard nuts. Also, do not confuse any of these things with truck nuts. Those are completely different. And also a very serious and real category of nut. What am I even on about? Someone come over here and smack me. On Twitch, what is the world coming to? I mean, it's not where the world is coming to that you need to be concerned about. It's where it's going. Although I think as long as people are having weird conversations on Twitch, the world is in a pretty okay place. I'm just putting that out there. Pretty okay place. What time of year are we in? Late summer? It's almost time for the 200th tribute. Can you ferment my nuts? I mean, whenever we talk about nuts, I always just think about the squirrel. I think his name was Hammy in Over the Hedge, who's just burned into my memory. Just the line where he's like, I found my nuts, guys! I don't know why that... It's just the very end of that movie, Over the Hedge, when he goes looking for his nuts and he finds them. He's so happy. And he's just like, guys, I found my nuts! I mean, we're just goofing off. No one's upset in this conversation, I don't think. So yeah, no, we are very far from harassing people, that's for sure. See, this is where we are getting all of the rocks from. The bottom of the glass tube. Also, seems as though, as my constructions have made things significantly more efficient. Also, I would like to extend this. Like wingnuts. Wingnuts are really is a particularly good type of nut and also a very good type of insult. I like calling people wingnuts. It's like, ah, you stupid wingnut. Just like I've called people wingdings as an insult. Sorry excuse for a font, frankly. Although, ironically, I've never called someone a Comic Sans as an insult. I have called people like a wingding. I don't know what I have against wingdings specifically. Chat, do you have a favorite, like, not insulting word to call people as an insult? Autumn has come. Meaning the humans are back. Because wingnut's probably one of my favorite. You mean it's sad horn? You mean like a sad honk horn? Like wah, 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 like that kind of thing? Autumn has come. I mean, I said wingnut was mine. Apartment complex in your town is getting its power turned off. They have not paid their bill since 2019. Really? Really? Is this a rental building or like an owner's building? That sounds like someone is running off with some money. This is a rental place? Sounds like someone's running off with some money. Hopefully nobody gets evicted. That sucks. Shitty building manager, I'd guess then. It's like 50 to 100 units. Yeah, it sounds like a shitty building manager would be my bet. Really sounds like a shitty building manager. Well, that's the small one. It's a pretty big one for the group of soaring. I mean, you could make the word autumn insulting if you tried hard enough. It's like calling somebody a Teletubby. You stupid Teletubby. Go telly that tubby. I don't even know what that means. Surprised the power company let them go 2 years? Yeah, well. Now, is it 2 years of them not paying the bill, or is it 2 years of them being late paying the bill? That's, I guess, kind of the detail that I'd be curious about. Of straight up no payment? Yeah, you'd think that they'd shut the power off after, like, 2 months. Not, like, 2 years. Wow. It's kind of wild, actually. Like, that's... This isn't the first time that has happened to those apartments. You know, chat, can you hear that? Off in the distance? Yeah, that sound, it's coming. It's getting louder quietly. We'll be here in a few years, maybe even less time than that. Yeah, that's the sound of another financial market crisis. It's coming. Let me know when you're ready for me to scroll. 5 pig meat. Ooh. 2 hemp mittens. I 2 iron anvils. What kind of them? Well, I'm just trying to save money and don't go bankrupt and keep paying bills. And spending little bits of money on Bitcoin and Ethereum here and there. That's about it. Invest in tools, food, and storage. I mean, you could also say that about, like, cigarettes. Yeah, exactly, Frogfire. I mean, I'm living my life and hoping the Canadian dollar stays moderately stable-ish and doing my best, you know? Like, that. What else can you really do? Like, really, what else can you do? I don't really see too many options at the end of the day. Did I remute YouTube after I listened to that song? No, I have. I mean, I would say weed, but it's you can only hold so many ounces here legally. Because weed is another thing. Maybe like weed seeds. Like if you could hoard cannabis seeds, that's or just seeds in general actually. Any kind of like corn seeds. Any kind of any kind of seeds that have like long-term storage capabilities. Because of all the stuff you had? Yeah, same, actually. I always have about 6 to 8 weeks worth of canned foods in my house. Just, like, partially because I'm, like, semi-vegan, and I just always have a stockpile of, like, chickpeas, beans, and greens just in cans, generally. I mean, I'm still only doing grocery shopping, like, once every few weeks now. Canned and dried food. Yeah, I mean, it's part of the reason I for a little while there was looking into making my own pickles, and I still might do that. Keeping noodles in the house? Currently, yeah, I do too. But, I mean, I have a 9-kilo bag of rice in my closet. So, like, realistically... And a decent garden. Yeah, I mean, I have as decent a garden as one can have in an apartment. I'm currently, although I wouldn't be able to live off of my garden. It's like, my garden is good for, like, vitamins and stuff. My garden is mostly, like, herbs, spices, and, like, kale and shit. It's like that kind of stuff. Pickle-sized cucumbers. Oh. Neat. Yeah, I've wanted to, I've been looking into just, like, pickling eggs, because pickled eggs are really easy to make, and they're a good source of protein. But, I don't know. I don't really have enough space. Like, if I had a garage, I'd be pickling stuff like crazy. The problem with, like, an apartment is, like, if a mistake happens, you can't really pressure wash inside. You know, like, the odd chance you fuck up pickling something and it blows up, right? Because like there is the off chance that that happens. I wouldn't want it to blow up in my apartment, you know? So it's kind of the main thing that's kept me from like super heavily getting into that. I'll do some like basic pickling, but I won't do any like hardcore sealing pickling. I mean, I'm right there with Frog too, right? Like if there is a complete societal like I never fully understood like Fallout fetishists, people who are like, oh, you know, I want to have like that solo survival fantasy bullshit, like can't wait for the apocalypse, those kinds of people, because like I've met those kinds of people before. I've never fully understood it because like the apocalypse happens, I have 6 months and then I'm dead. Like just straight up, if all of the power in the entire world shuts off, I have 6 months and then I'm dead. So realistically, if we ended up in total societal collapse, I'd probably just jump off a fucking bridge because I wouldn't want to live. Because like without refrigeration, my insulin all goes bad and then I die. It's not quite that quick. I would wither away for a really long time and living would slowly become more and more painful until I eventually died. Yep, that would do it. Yeah, see, like that's the same reason I haven't done any brewing. You know, like I've got quite a few friends who make like wine and mead and stuff, but they all have garages, right? So they just do it in their garage or a basement, and they do it in the basement. Did that wagon just flip backwards for a second there, or did I like? Maybe I misread it. Maybe I might have just been turning. Explosions are not uncommon. Yeah, see? I also know somebody who makes kombucha. So. Apparently alcoholic kombucha is pretty good. Or like kombucha with alcohol in it is pretty good. I'm just going to slaughter all of my adult unicorns real quick. Also, it seems like being in the military helped fix Spitalier quite a bit. So let's get you on... released from that squad. There you go. I mean, you just have a lot of neckbeards that play Fallout too much. That's the actual thing, right? That, and I think you also have a lot of people who don't like laws and want to live in a world where they don't have to obey the laws. Granted, that little do they know that they just get shot. She didn't bring any last time. She did bring some color changing stuff for gin and tonics. Cool. Kavish says, I'm Elazen from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situations. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have? Wood. LaFonda, how you do? They want Warhammers, apparently. 40,000 of them. Simplex says, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. To the group to survive as a group? Yeah, you are correct. But I don't know. I don't know what it is, but there definitely are like apocalypse fetishists that really want the world to end. Those people exist. Or rather, they want society to collapse. They don't want the world to end. Because there's a big difference, I think, between societal collapse and the world ending. You always find those people hilariously stupid? Is it slash our neckbeard preppers? I'm wrong. There is a subreddit on Twitch which is something along those lines. I mean, it's not too far off of Mall Ninja shit. Which, by the way, is a really, 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 really good subreddit. It's a pretty, yeah, anyway. There's a lot of really good stuff on Mall Ninja shit. I had a purple tea that would change color as it got cooler. It started off purple, and the cooler the tea got, it turned pink. There is knife crime in places without firearms. Oh, I know. Mall Ninja shit is literally just like people with really, really cheap katanas doing dumb stuff. That's literally all that subreddit is. Like, it's it's not a very serious subreddit. Like, you know those people who go to, like, Spencer's Gifts and buy a fake switchblade and then cut their hand open? It's like those people. And, yeah, and stupid blade designs, yeah. Really poorly designed blades. I used to know some people that were way into that shit. Like, stuff like this. Ninja Training TV. Want to learn skills like this? You can. We have made it easy. See more. What the fuck is that knife that guy's holding? What is that? What even? What? See, I want to show this, but I also don't want to, like, show the person's Twitter handle. There we go. Recent new dagger from my collection. Like, what? Anyway, that's Mall Ninja shit. That's not a dagger, that's a fucking sword, my friend. While all the dwarves are bringing stuff over. What else do we got here? Got a chain sword. Do you have a short sword that's stylized like that? I mean, shout outs to the kitty in the background. Also, yeah, that. Excuse me, please. What? Someone explain. Anyway. But it was a she, yeah. Or at least their username looked like a she. Who knows, really? Beermanir. I didn't want to, like, stream the Twitter handle, that's all. Going to visit a slime commune near me and help them grow food mushrooms? Food mushrooms? That sounds fun. What, to make them non-toxic? Frog? Also, to be clear, be like, I'm not knocking your sword purchase. I just think that subreddit is really funny. The person we're trading with's name is Zasset. It's a very common dwarfy name. Make them sterile, I'd assume? I'd assume too. I don't know. I've never, well, I've grown mushrooms from kits before. I've never set up my own mushroom farming stuff. You were young and impressionable. Okay, this makes more sense. The bigger question now though is why do you still own it then? It's like my dad owns a sword, but it's like an actual 1800s ceremonial sword from Germany. It's a family heirloom, as they say. Yeah, you don't want any undesirable things growing. You probably do wood chip beds and grain bags for oysters. Ooh, sounds fun. I've always wanted to learn how to grow mushrooms, but I feel like I don't really have anywhere to do it. I've grown 2 mushroom kits before, oyster mushrooms. And those are very easy. You just take like a brick out and you soak it in water, and then you put it into a cardboard box and put it in a cupboard, and then 10 days later you have mushrooms and you have to mist it once a day. It's hard to get rid of a weapon. You know, you phrase it like that. Is it actually sharp enough to be considered a weapon, though? And just put it on, like, Facebook Marketplace. That's where most of the people on Mall Ninja shit buy their stuff. Uh-oh, who's upset? Seeker's upset again. God damn it. Let's put you into that Bear Fighters squad. Get them training again. Seeker tantrumed yesterday, broke a crafting table, and then got put in prison. Loved it in prison, had a great time, and came out with no stress left, which was lovely. But seems to be getting depressed again. Some dwarves just like solitary confinement. What can I say? Some dwarves unironically enjoy solitary confinement. So why is this group farming mushrooms out of curiosity, Manbird? Is this just like a hobby thing, or? You don't want to trade with humans on social media? I don't know, I was throwing out an idea. I know that you can sell swords on Craigslist too. That's not social media. That's somewhat more anonymous-ish. You could probably sell it from like a car. But I also don't blame you. I've never bought anything on Facebook Marketplace, and frankly, I don't ever plan to. Brought a bunch of goats and rabbits. Did they bring any pigs? Mule, a doggy. Nah. You guys can just have that as a gift. And like interesting projects. You know, something I would like to get into is mushroom foraging. Just because I have some friends that are into like going out on trips and picking mushrooms. But the main reason I want to get into it isn't because like, you know, I want to go out and pick mushrooms. It just seems like a really fun excuse to go on a hike. You know what I mean? Like, it seems like a real fun excuse to just go out hiking and you come back with dinner. It's great. And we have a lot of like interesting edible varieties of mushrooms out in the forest. There's some clubs that you can join, but I have a couple of people that I know who go out and do that a couple times a year. At specific times, they'll go a whole bunch for specific varieties of mushrooms. The thing I really need, though, is we need to get this mythical 5G over here in Canada, right? Then once I have this mythical 5G, something else that my phone provider is promising alongside of the mythical 5G is the even more mythical unlimited data plans. If I get both of those things, perhaps I could stream hiking? That'd be cool. Maybe? Maybe? Maybe one day? We don't have 5G out here yet. Yeah, they always say stuff like that. I think they say stuff like that to get people to stay with the phone providers. But like BC like doesn't have 5G at all yet. No, they won't deliver. I might get 10 gigs though. Nope. That's the that's called a conspiracy theory. That's 100% bullshit and lies. Aqua. Not to, you know, ruin your hopes and dreams, but I mean, people would probably watch me and my dad go for a hike. So, I'm sure people would watch mushroom picking. Although, something that a friend of mine was real sad about, because he wanted to do this, is on Twitch, you're not allowed to hold a firearm on stream or around stream or do any streams related to firearms, which is unfortunate because for a while there I had a friend who really wanted to stream going hunting. And I really wanted to watch those streams, and I'm sad that he can't do that because I feel like that would have been fun. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of dangerous because you pick the wrong mushroom and you eat it, and then boom, you're in the hospital, and you wake up and you're like, what the fuck happened? But, you know, I will also say that hiking is kind of dangerous, and I do that sometimes. If your cell phone worked without a SIM card for anything but 911, I would be genuinely concerned. No, crossbow I think is considered to be a firearm. Although I know for a fact he owns a crossbow, so maybe I should run that past Twitch staff and ask, yo, can you? I get that brandishing a firearm on Twitch is a bannable offense, but hear me out, crossbows, or maybe just like a compound bow. Yeah, but like you can't always go hunting, right? You can sometimes stay home and just like listen to a hunting stream. Or have a hunting stream up on your screen. Yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, no, I mean you can build those in Age of Empires. Frog Fryer. What if you're using the bow but the bow isn't on camera? I'm pretty sure there is a rule about no firearms or realistic looking firearms on Twitch. And I remember this because Total Biscuit got in trouble for it because he had so many airsoft guns that looked like photorealistic. And at one point literally like pulled one up and Twitch was like, don't do that. That bad. And he's like, but it's not a real gun. They're like, it looks real. A masterpiece pecans roast? Strawberry plant roast? Okay, so Stone just made a masterpiece strawberry plant roast. Which, of course, is a stack of 22 masterfully prepared strawberry plant roast created by Stone. The ingredients are exceptionally minced unicorn meat, masterfully minced strawberry plant, and exceptionally minced strawberry plant, and superiorly minced strawberry plant. These aren't strawberries. This is like the leaves of strawberries. Over here we have a unicorn tallow roast, which is a 36 stack of masterfully prepared unicorn tallow roast by Goffer. The ingredients are masterfully minced unicorn tallow, masterfully minced unicorn tallow, exceptionally minced unicorn tallow, and masterfully minced unicorn tallow. I don't know about that, Rocket Toucan. That I do not know. But regardless, the rules basically is, you can, however, do fishing streams. Fishing is fine. You can beat a fish to death on stream and nobody cares. Maybe that's something I'll do in the future. Go sit in a canoe with my dad and go fishing. Bring a GoPro or 3. Stream that. One day in the far future. I'm talking like years down the road. Also, hello, Rocket Toucan. Yeah, no, people seem to... Well, I'm not going to say that I don't like what like Twitch's ruling. I think that Twitch puts in a lot of guidelines and rules that make a lot of sense. But but they have done their best to remove a lot of fun over the past few years. And it makes sense. The more corporate a site like Twitch gets, the more that's going to happen. I guarantee you could stream yourself hunting on DLive and no one would give a shit. Like, there are other platforms where you could stream that. You could probably stream that on fucking YouTube as long as you, like, set your tags correctly and set it not for kids and don't, like, advertise on it. You could probably do that. Yeah, fish get kind of fucked around in the oceans. But fishing is probably, like, personal fishing is a hell of a lot better than, you know, commercial fishing. Somewhat alive on Dwarf Fortress? That's often the case. What do you mean by somewhat alive? I mean, usually I'm sharing it with 1 or 2 hobbyist streamers, and then... Oh, there's actually a few people streaming today. And then Saisied, which is a bot. And then sometimes the other 24/7 bot, which is not up right now. There's 2 24/7 bots that stream on Dwarf Fortress stuff sometimes. DF is pretty popular in waves. There's points in time where we'll have a pretty healthy number of people in the directory, but usually it's just me. You need to go clean your home? Yeah, been there. I did that on my day off, on Monday. Someone Alive is having more than 1 viewer. Ah, there's a few with 6. But I appreciate you tuning into my humble stream. If you want to see how much DF stuff I do, well, if you look at my YouTube channel, you'll see all the VODs. Also, I have 119 other VODs for this particular fort. Because we're trying to get it to 1,000 years. We're currently on year, I think it's 270. Yeah, so we are 265 years into this fortress. Yeah. Also, tomorrow, I'm having Tarn Adams on the channel. We're going to chat with him. I do that like once every 3 to 6 months. I invite Tarn Adams on and we have a little chit-chat Q&A session about dwarfs and all things dwarfy and related to dwarf things. And sometimes I get him to make cobalt sounds. It's a good time. What time will that start? 3 p.m. Pacific. It is currently 1:45 to noon Pacific. Who is that? Cap? You know, it's funny that you say that, Renee, as a joke, because, like, someone on Reddit was like, who the fuck is that? When I posted the announcement video. How this fortress works? Oh, I know how this fortress works. I know exactly how this fortress works. I built it, naturally. My nice little fortress, you know, with that's a nice little hole in the ground with a nice big floating, like, building up above it with the beehives even higher up above it. And then, you know, the outer walls, the outer towers. And then as we go underground, there's the storage, there's the coffins, there's the maze complete with Minotaur for aesthetic purposes. Underground area, drainage, and then the slowly, ever so slowly growing tunnel down to the center of the earth. The VOD for the Tarn Adams interview is going to go up the next day on YouTube. Probably roughly 20 hours after the actual stream. I'm going to, after the stream ends, I'm going to take the recording of it and timestamp it, cut out any silences because those happen from time to time, and put the questions on screen. But aside from that, and put an intro and an outro on it and then put it up on YouTube. But I have to wait a day before I put it up. So it'll go up on YouTube. I mean, the previous ones I've done are already up on YouTube. So there's 3 more up there as well. Kind of hot? Like the fortress is attractive? What? Or you mean as in like the temperatures are hot? Because I can confirm in Western Canada, we just had some of the hottest days we've ever had in the history of ever. But yeah, the reason I do the chats with Tart Adams at 3 p.m., he's in the same time zone as me, and that's the end of his workday basically. So I have 3 until 6 to pester him basically. So we do 3 p.m. because it lines up the best. And we do it on Thursdays because every other Thursday is when Kit Fox puts out the screenshot updates for the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress. So tomorrow they will put out another screenshot in the morning. I can make a video talking about the screenshot, promote the stream, and then put the stream bot up the next day. I should force awkward silences during the interview. That's actually really difficult to do with Tarn because he has a tendency of just talking. Does he work at another job? No, he works. I think that he has this thing called a partner. But, doesn't want him working all day, every day. I think her official title is the keeper of Tarn from working all the time. No, Dwarf Fortress is crowdfunded through Patreon and PayPal tips. Just like they have been since 2006. Fuck! Count got borked. Time for you guys to go on a motorway. Whoopsie daisy. Yeah, it happens. Good run, though. Hopefully he's not getting forest fired. Because we're starting to get forest fiery smoked up here. I don't know what it's like down. He's like 4 hours south of me. So, well, 2 hours if my uncle's driving. 4 hours if my dad's driving. I need to take a real quick restroom break, though. I've been streaming for almost 3 hours without a break, so I'm going to go take a leak. I will be back in a minute or so. I mean, so it's a real shitty thing to say he can't be bothered to make the game run on more than one CPU core, right? That's a real asinine, rude thing to say, first and foremost. The second thing is the game does run on 2 CPU cores, not one. Also, every single update he puts out includes performance upgrades to make things better. Also, what Aqua just said. So I think that the actual problem is people have absolutely no idea what causes frame rates to get fucked. I've had many people tell me like they are completely convinced that keeping a fortress alive for more than 5 years will cause your fort to die in frame rate death. I've had this one running for 265, And yeah, the frame gets a little messy sometimes, but it's usually when there's buzzards attacking or stuff's on fire. But it's no worse than playing, City Skylines or Sim City or even The Sims or any other kind of base or RimWorld or any other kind of base buildery game. There's a point with all of those games where it slows down. It's not a perfect solution, but it's also nowhere near as bad as people make it out to be. What's my standard FPS setting? 60. We're running at about 45. When there's 200 traders on the map, it goes down to about 30, but it's perfectly playable, no issues. And yes, my population count is low, but if I had 200 dwarves in this fort, I did test it once. I spawned 200 dwarves in just to see what my frame rate would be. Wasn't much worse. Went down by maybe 5 frames. It's all about proper pathing. Not locking things in places. Don't get stuff trapped in places. I need more coffee. But yeah, no, we're talking about a game that's written in 2 programming languages that started development in 2003 and was not designed for multi-core. If they were... Like, he's talked about it before. It's like the game is like a flat line. The way it's... Like, he would have to reprogram the entirety of the game from bottom up to multi-thread it. So, where we currently sit, I don't think people really want, to wait 5 years for him to rewrite the whole game just to have multi-threading. And combine that with the fact that, I don't know about anybody else here who plays this game. I don't play this game because it runs well. I don't play this game because it's optimized. I don't even play this game because it's designed well. I play this game because it's unique and there's nothing else like it. As I'm trying to move, and you wanted to check if that'd be an option. Yeah, you can't find anything across Canada that's neat. What's the name of that website? There's a travel booking site that I used to use to just book all of my Wanderoo. Hold on, let's see if it's still up. This is the site that I've always used to book my trains. Although you want the en.ca version, which it'll probably pop up. Where are you looking to move to? But also for your computer. I mean, yeah, I don't know. People say it's like laziness or lack of interest, and every single update that's come to this game in the past, like, time I've been playing has added performance updates. So it's not like it's not improving. So, I don't know. Also, for how framey as the game can get, it's actually miraculously stable. Unless you're, one of those people using the starter pack or DF hack or all of those. This is a game that will try its darndest to crash. What happened to the fiery blob? I think it's still in my basement. Yeah, it's still in the basement. It's currently causing a lot of steam and a lot of water. Excuse me, a lot of water physics. Yeah, it lives in the water, and it's constantly evaporating the water. Also, like, I'm sitting here with, like, perfectly playable frame rates, right? This Forgotten Beast in this water is causing the water to evaporate faster than it can get to him. So all of this water is constantly shifting, which is causing a shit ton of physics, like, stuff to go on down here. Like, this entire pool, which is normally full, is completely evaporated because it's just sitting here. Like, that should be causing me some frame rate problems, and it's not. So, I don't know. This game runs remarkably well. Actually, I wonder. How long have you sat there? Ya weird fire blob. Where'd you go? Shit, I lost it. Oh, I see. It's over on this side. Could I drop a boulder where you're sitting? Because you're right there? Nope, there's fungi wood twigs in the way. God damn it. Otherwise, I could drop a rock on him through a floor and crush him pretty effectively. Generally, I say this. It's like, Tarn Adams is making a very unique, influential game. It's literally a blob of fire. It's only composed of fire. It doesn't shoot fire or anything. It's just composed of fire. It would probably actually be very easy to kill. I just don't really want to fight it. Here, I'll show you the description, just for sake of clarity. It's an enormous blob composed of flame. It has an enormous shell, and it squirms and fidgets. It's literally just like a fidgety fireball. Ooh, a clothes making demonstration. Nice. I don't know. Like, Tarn Adams is a man that is designing a very important and influential game, and it's as much of a curiosity as it is a fun game. And, you know, a lot of people have been saying for a long time, oh, I want the Steam version to be done so I can play the game, yada, yada, yada. I want the Steam version to be done, not so I can play it. I really don't care if I even enjoy playing the Steam version. I want the Steam version to be done so that he goes and works on exciting things that make him excited, right? When I talk to him, like, he sounds so bored of just, like, whenever he talks about designing UI for the Steam version, he just gets this sound in his voice that's just like, let it be done already. Like, he just sounds bored as all hell when he talks about working on the Steam version. But then when he talks about, like, adding a new breed of monkey to the game, he gets so excited and, like, so into what he's doing. And I want him to be working on things that make him excited and keep him from getting burnt out. And so that's why I want the Steam version to be done. Isn't so that I can play it. I literally want the Steam version to be done so that he can go work on something else. Damn, you guys are really on a highway. Good luck, Frog. And, Stone. You know, honestly, I'll just say this. Songs of Six is so fucking different from DF, I don't even compare the two, right? Like, Songs of Six is almost a city builder, right? Like, it's a very heavily customizable city builder. It's not really a world simulation, right? Like, Songs of Six is a neat thing, but it is so different from DF. So different from DF. You know, it's kind of the same reason, like, I don't really compare RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress because they're so fucking different, you know? It's like, yeah, I don't know. Also look into Odd Realm. Also look into, I mean, you know, obviously RimWorld and... Yeah, I could recommend... I have a weird habit of making people spend money on video games. What do you mean you're surprised that you're surprised Kit Fox isn't adding a developer to create 5? Well, I mean, Tarn's talked about this, right? in order for having extra help to be efficient, you need a few things. You need communication and workflow, right? You need to communicate what you're working on and how you go about working on it. You need to know the code. You need to understand how the code works and what the code does in order to be able to work on the code. And you also, what's the word I'm looking for here? Need to take the time to teach the new person the code. And Tarn has stated pretty bluntly that he's never worked with another programmer in his entire life. He's been programming games since the 80s, and he's never worked with another programmer. It's always been him working on projects by himself. Now, in order for him to work with somebody else to design the UI, he would then have to teach that person the code base. I don't see that being even remotely. I don't think that would speed things up. Based on the way he's talked about it, it sounds like it would probably just slow things down. Like when you take into account that he's literally never worked with another programmer, and the gist that I've gotten from the way he's spoken about it, creating screens should be doable. I mean, they did that, right? Like the UI design was a combination of Tarn, Zack, Meph, and Mayday. The art is all done, more or less. They still need. Meph says he still needs to do a final pass on the art, but the art is finished. The thing that needs to be worked on now, I'm going to put you into this squad, move you over a squad. The thing that needs to be worked on now, Unicorn Eyeball Roast, lovely. The only thing that needs to be done now is the actual, like, building of the screens. So, I don't know. Like last time I talked to Tarn, he said he had 28 workshops left to do. Due to the gameplay as a consequence of the UI changes. Yeah, no, it's like, yeah, also like zoning changes, like being able to click and drag a zone and making the zones smarter so they know what type of room they are based on the furniture that's there and that sort of stuff. Like, that's all new. An old forum post that the code was the most unorganized mess and he was annoyed with himself a bit about it. I believe it. I believe him. I believe it. I know he's also taken long periods of time to, like, redo his own code. Like, there's been bits and pieces where he's like, yeah, I spent 6 months reorganizing this in World Gen code. It's like, okay. Did you guys screw up your own motorway? It's funny. Now imagine looking at code 16 years later when it's in a different language. Right? Exactly, Aqua. It's like the game started in C and is now in C++. Kade has made a new demand. What are you demanding? A black bronze door. Did I not make you a black bronze door once before? I guess not. I thought I did, but I guess not. A minor crash? Well, as long as it wasn't like a 3-car pileup or anything. Just, you know, drive safe. But yeah, no, I do think that I do think that there are three things there are three things that I really wish people would stop asking Tarn, just in questions, because like, you know, I do the open submissions for questions, right? And by the way, they're still open, at least at the time of streaming right now. I will be closing them tonight so that I can finalize my questions list for tomorrow. But the questions that I see the most are, when are you, not if, but when are you adding multiplayer? That's the first thing I see a lot that I wish people would stop asking. Second thing that I see a lot is, when are you going to fix FPS death? Because even if the game was multi-core, we'd still have FPS death the way the game works. And there was one other. Why am I blanking on what it was? Anyway, there's one other that I really wish people would stop asking. But like, those are kind of like I think actually it's just, when are you going to fix FPS death and when are you going to multi-core the game? It's like, and oh yeah, release date, that's the only duh. It's like, Dwarf Fortress is already out. Go fucking play it. Like, whenever people are like I had somebody this morning comment on one of my videos and say, like, their wording was, I would gladly spend $60 on a pre-order early access version of the game right now. And it's like, well, it's literally unplayable because half the UI elements don't work. And they were like, I would gladly spend $60 on it right now. I'm like, well, the game's going to be $20. So how about instead of waiting, you play the game right now and give them some dollars a month on Patreon, or donate that $60 via PayPal. And they're like, you know what, that's a good idea. And I'm just like, why do I need to say this? Why is this such like a ridiculous thing? Like, just don't. No, they're not going to release the game in early access. Like, the game's out. Go play it. It's free. Like, literally, it's a free video game on their website. Where are the Ratmen? Well, we already have animal people. So, yeah. Probably, Renee. Although, one thing I do like is the Steam version isn't releasing into early access. I've had so many people, they're like, when's the early access release? It's like, it's not releasing in early access, though. Like, if you just go to Dwarf Fortress on Steam, this is not early access. This is technically a full release on Steam. Technically a full release on Steam. Also, I'm curious about something. I'm very curious about something. Let me check something. Just going to the Steam top wish list because I can never find this through the actual Steam app, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14th most wish listed game on Steam right now. I'll have you know. 14th most wish listed game. It was like number 4 at one point, but you know, big popular games keep getting announced. What the fuck is the day before? Oh, it's another one of those. Okay, cool. But like, yeah, no, big games keep getting released, which are like, you know, obviously going to push us down a little bit. But like, we're above Age of Empires and above whatever Nakara Blade Point is, which is supposedly like one of the highest playtests ever on Steam or something. Like, you know, we're above some pretty big games. One of the most wish-listed games on Steam. I mean, we also don't have cat people. We do, however, have cougar people. It's because domestic animals don't have dog variants, because it would be weird to have a dog man and his pet dog. I think is the actual answer there. I'm pretty sure that's the actual answer. I take your dog man and I raise you Mickey Mouse and Pluto and Goofy. It's literally just slave labor. You were gonna say the same, yeah. No, because I asked him that question the last time we chatted. I asked him about animal people. Let's not ask him about it. That's the episode of Mickey Mouse that I would like to see, is the one where Pluto just stands up and talks and then pays Goofy for his services and says thanks. It's the only way I can get off. You know there's that fan art somewhere. Waiting for that to be canon. Man, there's so many boulders down here. Like, look at them all. All right, though the layer I do want to clear out of boulders, though, is this layer. So I think I'm just going to set all of these to be dumped. I'm just going to get rid of them. It's time to request a dying dwarf. I don't think I have any super old ones. I do have some depressed ones, though. Yeah, 131. They're like, we got a weirdly young batch this time. 89. $120. Like, I don't think any of these are old enough for you. 95. Yeah, they're all like in their mid to late 90s. Like, they'll actually live quite a bit. Assuming they don't go nuts. 126. So, like, you know, your standard, like, 123. It's like your standard 170 plus age dwarves are, like, just non-existent right now. Sucks, unfortunately. 109. Yeah, see, like, all these dwarves are young. In the grand scheme of things. So, you'll take a younger one if they're married. If they're married. If they're married specifically. You want Sock's offspring? It's oddly specific. $93, but single. Well, this one's 109, not married, though. I don't know. I don't think I have a dwarf that you would want. I don't think I do. Like, I got this depressed one. Who's married. You want the depressed one, Fox? I don't know. There's part of me also that feels like that you've had too many dwarves. And you need to take a break for a bit. One of your dwarves saw his friend's corpses, which caused him to kill someone. Then he got super depressed in jail. That'll happen. Yeah, that'll happen. Maybe just give it a couple of streams. To get to at least 10. You'll get at least 10, but like, let some other people have a chance, you know? Like if we're gonna give you the gimmick of you take the dwarves that are like 160 plus, let's wait for the dwarves that are like 160 plus. Let's stick to the gimmick, you know? We'll get there. Just give me like 3 or 4 streams. Yeah, we do also have a couple more streams to go before 1,000 years. an intervention. It's not really an intervention. It's more of a, you know, I've had people wait like 3 months before they get another dwarf, and then Sox has had like almost 10. So, yes, Murphist the first did pass away, unfortunately. Like I said earlier, I have the merchants. They're pretty middle-aged. So if you'd like a merchant that's middle-aged, I can give you that. Otherwise, you have to wait for a child and try your luck in the gambling arena of screaming, me, first. Like 93? That's... Like, this dwarf could live for another 70 years. So, I'll give you this one, Murphys. Murphys 2 says, I should always tell the truth. Felt lonely after being away from family for too long, and lonely after being away from friends for too long, and lonely after a lack of decent meals for too long. You want to consume mulmarian and river spirits. Why do you want river spirits? And you hate large roaches. I don't blame you. You're 93 years old, born on the 21st of Sansone in the year 177, ardent worshiper of the fuchsia, the god of the earth. His cobalt eyes are incredibly close set. He has a low voice, and his very short sideburns are neatly combed. His very long mustache is neatly combed, and his very long beard is arranged in double braids. His medium-length hair is neatly combed, and his ears are extraordinarily broad. His eyebrows are extremely long, and his hair is a crew with some gray. His skin is sandy taupe. He finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort. And finds leisure time wasteful. And he dreams of raising a family. He is gripped by crippling shyness and can handle stress. He doesn't often feel envious of others and isn't particularly wait, hold on a second. And he tries to keep his things orderly, and he takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. There we go. He generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and he is sometimes quarrelsome. He is wasteful when working on projects, and he is stubborn. His voice trails off whenever he tries to remember something, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He does not mind working outdoors, at least for a time. Welcome to the fort. Murphys II. Those are all positive thoughts over here on Cyrolac. Hopefully the sparring sessions help. I'm glad you like Murphys too. You did the stupid thing? Did you screw it up twice? Oh, you boosted us back up to 300? You guys almost boosted us back up to 600, but you screwed it up once. Apologies about that. Didn't have a chance to mute. Oh, you invested all your tickets. Well, good luck. I shall join in with the investments. Literally just getting these dwarves to bring all of these boulders out of here and throw them out. Because I really would like all of these boulders to go away. Most of these dwarves are pretty swole too, so it's not too big of a deal. It's actually quite fun. I quite enjoy doing them too, but I can't really do more than 100 at a time. They get a little silly. Also, well, I mean, I'm going to smooth those and then block them up with schist, I think. Smooth these and then block them up with schist. And then that last wall over there is also going to get blocked up. There's plenty of schist up top here, so you don't need to worry too much about it. You drop to 5 pence and you can't find it? Oh no! It's like when you drop a quarter and you're like, ah, fuck. I have a bunch of Canadian change close by, but... Oh no. Sorry, Stone. Good win, Frog. No, Frog refers, or Frog, Stone refers to boosting the count like that as being on the motorway. Great deal of stress and cost load the second, but we'll fix you sooner rather than later, I do hope. All right, let's got much more schist down here. Get the nice, consistently colored walls. Except I'm going to suspend this one just so we can get that corner done without it erroring out. I actually kind of like how that extended bottom bit looks, but it's not even, so we'll fix it. Then once this whole thing is done, we can then just seal it off and we don't ever need to worry about coming down here again once all of these boulders are gone. Because this is going to be a lava reservoir at some point in the future. And up here is where we're going to have our, all of the, you know, forges. And this up here is going to be a little lunchroom for the people working in the forges. And then that big tunnel there is just going to be full all the way from the bottom to the top. Okay, let's throw a floor piece down here. This is going to be a fun long-term project. But yeah, no, I guess kind of at the end of the day, when it comes to Dwarf Fortress and stuff, my main headspace is generally just let the people who are making the game make the decisions. And I know nothing about programming, so I shouldn't backseat program them. Although I could totally understand the temptations from other programmers out there to say, oh, well, you should have done it this way, but, you know, hindsight's always 20/20, right? And I'll bet you Tarn would probably agree. The magic numbers failed you. What, 1851 was a good year? You almost had the same number of tickets that I've done the streams, Aqua. Almost. Not quite. Almost. This is going to look pretty badass when it's all full of lava, I think. Also, just for funs, I'm going to dig up and through here. Have a little pattern there. Just to make the lava stuff look even better. Is there any other spots that I need to dig out? Yeah, there's gems there. I have no idea what happened in 1851. My brain is not very good at history. I've never been much of a history buff. Trying to get these gems out of here. This is the most roundabout method of getting all of these gems out of here. To be fair, this schist is not magma safe, so when I do pump this full of magma, I could in theory also just like, you know, leave it because the schist will all just get melted in time, but I kind of don't care to do that. I should make a layer that just says the name of the fortress. Rumcrush. Longdeath. Technically still just a village. Not even a fortress. Technically still just a village. What did happen in 1851 then, according to Wikipedia? Carl Gustav the mathematician died. Huh. When a Roman stuff happened? Why are you looking at 67 AD? Just because of 67? How about 67 BC? The sewing machine was patented in the US and nobody cared though? Huh. I wonder who has the patent for a sewing machine now. Or if anybody owns it. Now I'm kind of curious. Actually, you know what? Let's remove dump from all these. Instead, just build floors. We'll just do that instead. So that'll be quicker. Rather than hauling all this schist out of here. One of the, you know what's a weird patent to look into? Look into the family who owns the patent for flat packed cardboard. It's still the same family that has owned the patent for flat packed cardboard, which is like, you know, what we think of as the standard cardboard box. It's a hell of some patent sitting they've been doing. Because you'd think that, like, anybody would have the rights to make flat packed cardboard. Turns out, no. And their patents are exceptionally specific. It is one hell of a little set of bizarre patents that they have. But yeah, trust me, that's a fun patent to look into. If you want to look on a family that's been hoarding a patent for a very long time. For the return of Jesus Christ. I mean, I'm pretty sure a lot of wars were started over people thinking they were building stuff for Jesus. like not quite flat, but almost is, you'd probably still get a knock on your door from the same family. But yeah, that specific style of rippled cardboard is very heavily on lock by one family's patents. Spring has arrived. We are now in the year 271, meaning now the fortress is 266 years old. The age grows. And the humans have arrived with their springtime tribute. Bloody Romans being smart ahead of their time. Seriously, though, bloody Romans were ahead of their time. Oh no, one of my cougars died. R.I.P. cougar. And that's our tribute. Wilhelm Conrad Ronan, founder of X-Rays, didn't patent it so it could spread faster. What a guy. Yeah. There's so many lovely stories about people in the past discovering something incredible that could save a lot of lives, and then they don't patent it just so that it can spread faster than some massive company or some asshole patents it shortly thereafter and makes a buttload of money off of something they didn't create. Because freedom of information is like, you know, a crime, apparently, according to our society. It's happened so many times throughout history. So many goddamn times. Here's your handful of seeds and a grain of sand. Hey, you know, like, I'm never going to say no to seeds and planting soil, okay? As a gardener, I will never say no to seeds and planting soil. Seeds and planting soil are a good thing. So sand will be helpful? Theoretically, yeah. Also, wood is helpful because we use it for charcoal to make more glass. All right, so in theory, we should be almost good to go. Now it's just a matter of them bringing some more of these down. And then after that, we can go about sealing this chunk off once everybody's out of here. Although, we should probably Get those dumped. We do have some clothing that we need to get out of here. We can just lock this chunk of the fort off and keep digging. Because this area up here, we're gonna remain is going to remain accessible, and I'm probably gonna do some other things with this area of the fort, like redo all of these walls in glass. I'm thinking maybe redo all the floors in glass as well. Oh no, stray cougar's been missing for both my cougars died, I think. And then down here, this area is gonna be filled with lava, so I don't see too much more that I should do, unless I should go around and encase all of these walls in glass. I don't know how I feel about that though, because that would be a lot of work. I already kind of did that on this side, and I didn't do it over here. Maybe I should do some more glass bits. Something like this. Just, I don't know, something like that. Give it a little bit of a patternish thing. Well, I've got a lot of glass. I need a lot more glass. This is all glass, all that green there. All the green sidings on this tube is glass. There's a lot of glass. I'm gonna need a lot more glass. We should call Philip over here because we need more glass. Is that a joke about the 4 minutes and 20 seconds of silence guy? As in the composer Philip Glass? Sure, I guess. I didn't really mean it as a joke. Composer I very much respect the music of. One of the most influential modern music composers. Reference, sure. Joke, no. I have the utmost respect for Philip Glass. He does have a lot of silence in his music, though. So I'm not certain what exactly Frog for Hire is referencing, but Philip Glass has been known to have large portions of silence in his music before, so. But I don't know. It's hard to say. Glass is known for having extremely repetitive music, but he's also written a lot more music than I've had the opportunity to hear, so. I'm not going to promise it is checked for accuracy. I mean, Brain Googles is worse than Google Googles, so. Prepared food pots. Get down here. What are you doing over here? Satisfied remembering learning about stone crafting. Well, you should go continue learning about stone crafting, Dwarf. Oh shit, I never placed that black bronze door in the bedroom/office. Did you want it in your office, King? Throne room/office. I'll put it behind the throne. It'll be a monument of success, I would say. Can't even trust Twitch chat facts. Has anybody here ever trusted a Twitch chat fact? Like, truly? Oh no. I think I might almost be out of space. No. Okay. I'm not out of space for ballista arrows. This is a very slow dwarf. But he's carrying the black bronze door to the king's bedroom. Or throne room. As the king demanded. Black bronze door in throne room. Stones crafting. Stone crafting, not stones crafting. I don't even think Stone was teaching the stone crafting. What, you mean the ballista arrows? Nah, he's just gonna keep requesting them regardless. If anything, he's probably going, yes, excellent. All of the production. And done. The king is satisfied at work. Felt caring, remembering giving somebody water. What a good king. See if this improves you at all. Gratitude, remembering receiving satisfied. It doesn't even have anything to say about the fancy new door that I gave him. What an ungrateful bastard. Hedgehog, dingo, cougar. Well, green tree frog. Yeah, nothing fun. Okay, fine. I'll buy the walnuts and ginkgo seeds. Thank you for the tradings. Elfies. Taurus, Seeker, Sarlacc. Sarlacc is happy again. Blissful, remembering a bedroom like a personal palace, as you should. Exhilarated after a sparring session. Pleasure after a sparring session. Angry after getting into a what now? Dwelling upon getting into an argument, right. Well, can't fix everybody immediately. Dwarves are making green glass blocks. Yeah, it's gonna take us a while for us to make all of those blocks into stuff. Although we seem to be running out of wood. You know, I'm actually going to let them construct blocks until they run out of stuff, but stop working on the charcoal and everything else. Just make blocks. I don't know, though. Out of all the Twitch chats in the world, this one is probably one of the better ones to actually get facts out of. I don't mean to humble brag too heavily or not, but I think that this chat is relatively intellectual and generally pretty trustworthy. What do you think, chat? Are we trustworthy? What are you trusting chat with? Just generally. On a scale from 1 to 10. Actually, from a scale from 1 to beer. How trustworthy is this chat? From 1 to beer. Beer being 10. Let's see. Bielik thinks we're trustworthy. Frog agrees. The bot agrees. We're an incredibly dependable Twitch chat. Incredibly dependable. Wine. What's that? Like a 9? 9 for wine? I don't know. We haven't had enough reason for beers. The last resub was 3 hours ago, so. Oh, I mean, I wouldn't trust Twitch chat with my keyboard. Or my records. Is wine better or worse than beer? I was gonna say number 9, like 9 for wine. I don't know. Beer's the one that gets the repeating emote. You'll give it a beer. Yeah. I mean, we're talking about like accurate information and source tracking and like proper reporting and not fake news, not whether or not you'd let them use your I don't know, bow saw. Comparative anatomy? Weaponsmithing demonstration? You know, we should do this. We should smelt some stuff pretty soon, I think. But I need to get my wood stockpiles filled before I can do that. I don't really want to chop down any wood because the elves haven't been sending as much stuff for trading recently. I'm a little worried they're not thrilled with us. But we have plenty of charcoal currently, so that part's good. And we are slowly filling up the glass block stockpile, so that part's good. Also, streamer is going to sell out for a second and just say, so I have some perks in my Patreon that help me stay funded, and one of those perks is you get at the $2 a month tier, you get your name in the credits of my edited videos. Now, one of the videos that's going to be edited is the Tarn Adams interview that I'm going to be doing tomorrow and putting up the day after. Right now, I have a sale on. Oh, hey, we got a brand new baby girl. Right now, I have a sale going on the Patreon. So if you subscribe for a whole year, you get 16% off, which is a pretty hefty discount. And I'm just saying, if you support me on Patreon right now, before the end of tomorrow, basically, or basically before Friday, at the $2 a month tier, you'll get your name in the credits for the Tarn Adams interview. I'm just saying, it's a pretty cool thing to have your name in. So if you've been thinking about supporting me and you support for a whole year, you get a 16% discount, which is like less than $20. It's a pretty solid deal. Trying to make up for a slow season of Twitch, which is this summer. Of course, you know, for like $70, you could get sound commands for a year, which is also a pretty good deal, I would say. If you're here anyway and you want to, I don't know, throw cheese at me or something. I do these sales like once or twice a year, so. On the Patreon for a whole year. Just saying. Exclamation point sale if you're interested. I mean, it depends on the wine and it depends on the beer. Are we talking Bud Light? Or are we talking, like, good quality beer? And when we're talking about wine, are we talking about Yellowtail or are we talking about good wine?
For everyone!
Patreon support is separate from Twitch subs, yes. And I get, like, 98% of it. Whereas with Twitch, depending on the tier, I get anywhere from 50 to 75% of it. It is the, well, I also have to, you know, pay taxes on it. So technically I get less than 98% of it because also there's like a business tax that's taken out of that later. But what about Heineken? I would describe Heineken as drinkable. But if I'm at a venue and all they have is Heineken, I do sit down and think about it for a second before whether or not I would take a Heineken or just get a water. I think these days I'd probably just get a water. So we just had a brand new baby girl born in the fort. Does anybody want a brand new baby girl? What do you guys think? No, Heineken better than cheap wine, better than Bud Light. But here's the thing. I don't drink to get drunk, right? And I haven't for a very long time. So when I drink, I don't drink the cheap stuff. Heineken is the cheap stuff. If someone hands me a Heineken, I'll take a Heineken, but I'm never going to buy a Heineken. Just like I'm never going to buy a Bud Light. Just like I'm never going to buy cheap wine, right? Like I drink infrequently, and it's good quality stuff. So I will take that little chart that you put in chat just now, Aqua, and say that they're all shit. They're all shit. Really. They're all shit. I'd rather not drink any of them, actually. Even after a hard day's work, like, you could do better than a Heineken if you've just done a hard day's work. That's the thing. Alien Slayer, you had a dwarf once before, so this would be Alien Slayer 2. She is the daughter of Unib, Oiled Flight, and Nosferatu. She is a worshipper of Shinra Setamba, the Red Rocks, and is 4 days old, born on the 4th of Slate, in the year 271. Water's better than all of those. All of those. I'm not a huge wine drinker, also because wine spikes my blood sugar. So I'm not a huge fan of wine, period. I mean, I like good quality IPAs. I like good quality wheat ales. I like good quality... I'll stop saying... I'll stop saying the good quality part. I like porters. I like IPAs. I like wheat ales. I like pilsners. I like lagers. I like Hellsbox. I like... stouts. I like saisons. I like basically any kind of beer, with the exception of red ale. Not a big fan of red ale, just because to me it tastes like stomach acid. I like sours. I like gosas. But I'm pretty picky about what breweries I go for too. So I don't know. I see it like chocolate. I don't eat chocolate every day, but when I do eat chocolate, I eat the expensive stuff. Same with cheese. I don't really frequently eat cheese. But when I do, it's the good stuff. Figure out what IBU percentage you like, the number of hops you like. And then just read it. It's on the side of the bottle. Frog Fryer. Because I like about 60 to about 80 IBU. Anything higher than that's a bit too hoppy for me, personally. I used to like higher hops, but I've kind of mellowed a bit. Where was I reading? All right. She personally sees introspection as important and values independence, and dreams of creating a great work of art. So she's a small child who scribbles. She is prone to strong feelings of lust. Oh no. Bangs the Barbies together. And she finds obligations confining. Though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She is quite ambitious and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. She often feels envious of others, and she thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. Well, if you grow up and are still lustful, yes, you will be. And she is trusting, and she enjoys the company of others. She cracks her knuckles when she's angry and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Seems like a good child. Welcome to the fort, Alien Slayer, the sequel. So you don't know the scale? Think about it like chocolate. Think about it like tattoos. Cheap tattoos aren't good, and good tattoos aren't cheap. You know? For me, alcohol is a luxury, not a habit. I drink alcohol when I'm celebrating or for an occasion. I'm not kind of an end-of-the-day beer kind of person. I used to be. But it's just bad for my health and mental stability these days. The depressants in alcohol outweigh the ability for me to enjoy it. So it's like, I just don't drink very often. I mean, that's the proper thing to imagine, yes? Also, this is a 4-day-old, not a 2-month-old. while drinking a pint. Don't forget that bit. Holding a pint of beer, cracking your knuckles, and crying for another pint of beer. So PayPal is just sent me an email about a Funds Now program, something to do with the Funds Now program, which I've literally never heard of. I've literally never heard of this. And they're like, we are discontinuing this program. Thank you very much for using this service. I'm like, literally never heard of this, PayPal. This is the first I'm hearing of it. What? Once you got into weed, alcohol became shit in comparison. I've been into weed longer than I've been into alcohol. Like I've been. Sorry, Mom, if you're listening. I've been like smoking weed since I was like 15, 14, with friends. Anyway, so I've been into weed longer than I've been into alcohol, and I really like alcohol. I also really like weed. I like both. They're both nice, but different effects, different purposes. I will say alcohol is a fuckload more expensive than weed. Like I can get an ounce of weed for like $160 Canadian and be good for 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, even depending on how much I'm using. Whereas like alcohol is like a 6-pack is like $15. Same 14. Yeah, well, it's two of us. One of these days, I keep saying, one of these days I'm going to do this. One of these days I'm going to get an order of like 20 custom bongs that look like my logo. One of these days I'm going to get like 20 like skull-shaped bongs and I'll just sell them off. One of these days I'm going to do that. My parents will be very impressed with me that year. $14 or $15? Yeah, samesies. Can't remember. Samesies. You'd buy one? See, this is why I'm like, I know I have the audience. I don't know. I know a company that will do custom orders for water pieces. But if anybody's even remotely curious. I'm just going to give you a link to what I currently use. Because the website is weirdly hard to find. I can't find the website. They make it annoyingly hard to find. Because they get delisted from Google all the time. There we go. Found it. No. Yeah, there we go. I found the problem. Can't be sure of a secure connection. Yeah. Time to open up a different web browser. Yep, still don't work. Weird. I love it when websites that I use get delisted from the internet. Unless, like, their website just got wrecked again. Yeah, nope. Their website got delisted. God damn it. I was just going to give you guys a link to where I bought my current water piece, but whatever. Stupid German sites. Such is life. Yeah, no, I agree with you, Spewer. Which is why I don't drink to be drunk. It's a large investment up front, which makes sense. Yeah, that's the reason I haven't done it. You know, like I do feel like I have the audience. Like I feel like in long term there at some point in the future, if this channel continues to grow, which, you know, I've been doing up and down for a very long time. At some point in the future, I would like to just launch a quiet store off in the corner and just quietly sell weed and weed accessories. Speaking of people that probably don't sell weed and weed accessories, what's up, Kid Fox? Hello. When are you guys gonna publish a weed shop game? Because there's like 1 billion of those out now. And I don't think any of them are good. Has anybody actually made a good weed tycoon? I'll bet you could actually make like a really, really, really wholesome little like pixel art weed shop tycoon game. You know, just make it like Stardew Valley, but you grow weed. Someone could do that. That's a mobile game, right? I think I know what game you're talking about. I actually, because there was one point in the past, if it's the mobile game that I'm thinking of, there was one point in the past where I got offered a daily sponsorship where they would pay me $30 a day to do dailies in that game, and I genuinely thought about it for a minute. They were like, yeah, we'll pay you $30 a day to just stream this game for 20 minutes. I was like, but do I want to stream a freaking gacha mobile game? Not really. Probably should have taken that. Anyway, I didn't. I'm sure they're a great place to work. I don't know. I don't really like mobile games business models, even though they print money. I think it's called Pot Farm. Not the game I'm thinking of then. At least I don't think. I don't know. This was like end of 2018. Don't you go to prisons? I've seen some of those Bitcoin trading streams, and I'm always just like, about them. Whenever I see them, I'm like, there's a lot of like private information being streamed here. I mean, I trade Bitcoin. If you want to send me Bitcoin, you can, but I ain't gonna stream any of that shit. Not that I have made dozens of dollars or anything. Definitely not quietly a Bitcoin millionaire, I promise. I'd be more concerned about getting shot than going to prison, though. Streaming Bitcoin stuff. Or any kind of investing, for that matter. Flaunting extravagant amounts of wealth is a really good way to get kidnapped. Although, speaking of the opposite of extravagant amounts of wealth, Man vs. Game has to move out of his house because the owner of the house wants to put it on the market, and he can't. Man vs. Game can't even afford the down payment, which is like a Bitcoin dealer. I don't think one deals Bitcoin. That's not how that works. Could be like Seth Rogen of streaming. I mean, I'm nowhere near that funny. Maybe instead of being the Seth Rogen of streaming, we should just get Seth Rogen to stream. I'll bet you he would be amazing. I'm just like imagining watching Seth Rogen play like Call of Duty or something, because I feel like that would be incredible. You're getting that itch. Inject some Bitcoin. On the topic of injecting Bitcoin, this has nothing to do with injecting Bitcoin, but there's a YouTube channel called Look Mom No Computer. And he very recently put up a video of a homemade synthesizer that takes Bitcoin transactions and translates them to sound waves. Makes some real horrible sounds. It's kind of great. It's like an 8-hour video of just weird wee and screeching sounds. It's actually like 9 hours of Crypto Drone because his... Anyway. I recommend it. Even if you just skip through it and listen to it for a few seconds. Also, just Look Mom No Computer is a very good YouTube channel. All right, let's lock the dwarves in the celebration station for now. We're in late spring, so we got a little bit of time. I'm going to take a real quick piss break because apparently... Don't like me right now. Back in a sec. So this kind of doesn't really have much to do with anything. Well, kind of does have everything to do with everything. Because I've been like polling the internet for questions for Tarn Adams, I looked last night at the list of questions that had been growing. And someone was just like, are you going to announce the release date on this stream? And I'm just looking at that question going like, people think I'm way cooler than I actually am. I'd find that genuinely amusing. God, I hope not. That's what I was thinking. I'm like, yeah, I feel like that might cause somebody to have a heart attack and a half. Also, how many questions do I have? I haven't looked since last night. Speaking of God, I hope not. 152. I was at 80. I cleaned up the list and was down to 80 something last night. 86, I think. 152. Which I need to prune down to like 30 something. Ay, ay, ay. Aloha, Guavenir. Are you from Hawaii? Because you always say aloha. Or is it just like summertime feels? Or do you just like the band Aloha? Jeff was just typing heart attack. Yeah, no, I have a feeling it's still a ways off. My current bet is like 2022. Or the movie, is there a movie called Aloha? There's probably like 3 movies called Aloha. There's probably also a video game called Aloha. I almost bought an Aloha record once. Ah. Well, I mean, I guess technically I'm closer to Hawaii than you. Why are you so angry? Cost Lord. This dwarf just constantly gets into arguments. It must just be a feisty one. This is... What? I have no fear. They initially said something about friends, and I closed it too quick. So I missed it. Oh, well. Oh, well. One new baby today, though. That's good. If we get another baby, we'll get back up to the number of dwarves that we need in order to have giants show up. You know, you guys should share with California. Beermanir. I think that if California got a quarter of the amount of rain that you got once every 6 months for 48 hours, it would solve their water shortages. Like, honestly, I'm pretty sure it would solve the water shortage. Although, being over here on the west coast of Canada, I'm very worried that we're going to get smoked out pretty soon. I do have a feeling that we're going to get smoked out pretty soon. Which, if it's anything like around here, if it's anything like it was around here last year, that'll be another 3-month delay on Dwarf Fortress. Because last year it was like impossible to function because air quality got so bad. And apparently right now, Arizona, specifically Phoenix, is like unbreathable oxygen outside to the point where they're just like, yeah, don't go outside. We're getting to that point now. Hey, somebody just dropped their alcohol on the ground. Some good wine you just wasted there, dwarf. So I guess that's what they get for handing a mug of, or a goblet of wine to a dwarf who's dancing. They're obviously just going to drop it. Dwarves have some dexterity, but they're not that much dexterity. The dwarf was angry? No, I think the dwarf was just dancing and it just landed on the ground instead of being drank. Also, I just opened up my YouTube, and the first thing I see is, let's replace Audacity. It's probably spyware now. Yay. Whoop. What? Um. For a second there, I thought a band I like had repressed an album on vinyl, but I don't think they did. I'm very disappointed. Nope, they didn't. I'm very disappointed. No, power and water is no issue up here. It's smoke and fires that I'm worried about. We got plenty of water up here. We've like never had problems with water up here. I'm talking about California. Not here. Your magic number? What was your magic number? Yeah, no, I mean, if Vancouver or British Columbia has problems with power, it's usually because a beaver cut down a power line or something, not because we're actually out of power. The last major power outage that happened in BC was literally because a fucking beaver chewed a tree down and it took out a power line. Like, quite literally, a goddamn beaver took out a whole town's power for like a week. But not anymore. I know some people who swear by 69 on investing. Yep. Well, I mean, here, let me find the article. Yeah. They dug a 3-foot hole and chewed through a fiber conduit. And the cable itself. Shoutouts to the beavers. Beavers do that? Yep, beavers do that. More like Badver? I mean, I guess. It's proven that we have a serious redundancy issue. No, ironically, because they chewed through the internet power conduit, not the power. I was wrong. So no, the beaver was okay. But it did knock out the internet for a whole town. There was another story earlier in the year as well about a beaver that chewed through the power pole and took that out. That happens quite frequently as well. Why is a random friend of mine, who never watches this stream, DMing me about Andrew WK right now? And why am I suddenly the... Oh, probably because his new album is on Napalm, but... Why am I suddenly the authority about Andrew WK? Everyone is all of a sudden, like, assuming that I am the Andrew WK authority. I mean, I do like his music, but kind of ironically, but I'm not. No, I've read these articles. Shoutouts to Steve Mike. In reality, it's probably just a cover-up that he went to therapy and rehab and disappeared out of the public space and for like 2 years. But it's like the most genius cover-up ever because it turned it into a massive conspiracy that made him even more famous. So, you know, if you want to read a wild article, that's a pretty good deconstruction of everything that's weird about Andrew WK. I did, yeah. I did. I'm certainly not the authority, though. Occasionally cut down or eat through trees. Could you imagine if if there was beavers in Dwarf Fortress and they came in and chopped down all the trees and then the elves invaded and blamed you? It's like the elves like can't see beavers and they don't know that beavers exist. You're like, but the beavers did it. It wasn't us. I mean, the actual funny thing is Andrew WK is, after my rant from yesterday, just announced a new album out later this year and put his first music video up for it, like, this morning. Which is very funny that, like, two or 3 days ago, I just kind of got back into listening to some of his old stuff. And then right after I get back into listening to his old stuff, he's putting out a new album. And it's on a very popular label. So... And I happen to be one of the few people who sometimes listens to his stuff. The elves should intentionally ignore the beavers? And just blame the dwarves? You mean? I mean, only dwarves would be crass enough to chop down trees, right? Only dwarves. No other creatures would ever do such a thing. Yes, exactly, just perfectly. Just blame the dwarves. There's never anything else you should do aside from blame the dwarves. It's always the fault of the dwarves. And the humans have arrived to trade again. Your area on the map, you're responsible for everything that happens there. I mean, yeah, I guess. It's your land. You're letting the pests known as beavers run rampant. Freeways, what up? It's good to see you. Tis good to see you. I'm kind of excited for RimWorld Ideology. I'm going to pass. I know a lot of people are excited. I don't get any enjoyment out of playing that game anymore, so I'm just going to completely skip. I've done enough for that game, and yeah, I don't feel the need. Was it one? Yes, just one crown. We can let the dwarves out. And Ganeth says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? All of the wood. Yeah, I mean, like, there will be plenty of people to watch. It's not like there will be any shortage of RimWorld Ideology streams when that comes out. I'm just going to keep playing my dwarves. Keep playing the games that I enjoy. And Ganeth says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Also, small shout out to a thing that I'm doing a little bit later today. After I end my normal stream tonight, I'm going to be streaming on this Steam page of this game. Just a little comment. They launched into early access today. So, a little sponsored thing that me and some of my teammates are doing. Sui, who's one of my teammates, is up on the Steam page right now. So, going to be doing that for 2 hours after I finish stream. But we got some time left. Oh, there's the other ones. I was wondering where they were. They arrived first last time. They're late this time. But, yeah, it's 1:30 p.m. right now. My time slot's at 5, so I got lots of time. Got lots of time. You'll play the hell out of that DLC. That's totally fair. I just, you know, I feel like I only just managed to get all the cannibalism jokes and war crime jokes out of my chat, and so I don't really want to bring them back, I'm going to be honest. It's nothing particularly against the game itself. It's just like, I just got rid of those jokes. Which I'm assuming would make some sense, you know? All right. What do I don't need? What do I don't need? That's a sentence. I don't need those. Don't really need those. I'll keep some of those bolts. Don't need the anvils. Don't need the large gems. And don't need any of these. Plenty of stuff to trade. Thanks as always for hanging in, and thanks as always for the support, Aqua. We will see you in the next one. Cheers. Although outside of RimWorld Ideology, what games are you guys looking forward to? Kind of curious. Apparently there's a new music venue in Vancouver called Waldorf. Waldorf. I feel compelled to go see this show just because it's called Waldorf. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2? You think the whole game's gonna get canceled? I mean, delayed again. I don't think they'll cancel it, though. But the new Guild Wars 2 expansion? I'm curious to see if that Warhammer 40,000 Battle Sector game is any good. I'm expecting it to be terrible. But I don't know. The game looks aight. Looking forward to Endwalker. What even is that? Endwalk. Oh, Final Fantasy. Right. Yeah, I don't know. I have this really hard time looking forward to games now. It's like, I'm looking forward to the release out of early access of Jupiter Hell, but I'm also kind of just looking forward to every Jupiter Hell patch, so there is that. I was weirdly excited for Doki Doki Literature Club Plus, and then kind of learned what it was, and then got way less interested. They're finally adding bunny boys. I can't tell if you're excited or not with the ... at the end there. It's excited? Okay. Bunny race has been female only for too long. Do you want me to start talking about all the problems with that sentence? Or do you want to just, you know, have that? I couldn't tell with the ... exclamation point. I actually have that game, Starmancer, because like I actually backed it on Kickstarter at the beta tier. So I've been in Starmancer's beta for almost 2 years now, or alpha, I guess. It's a beta now. And I actually have a problem with Starmancer. I don't know if it's obvious in the trailers. Music's great though. No, it's not. Yeah, there it is. The background rotates at all times in the background, and it is nauseating. Like the background never stops rotating. And it's like gameplay relevant too. You can see asteroids and ships in the background that you can board. And it's like absolutely fucking nauseating. So I'm worried about that one. I might not be able to play that one. I hope it's good though. Beside the background, needs a lot of balancing. I don't know. It was very unfinished the last time I played it. It was poorly paced. Content seems to be there. UI is pretty standard. The animations are beautiful. The art is wonderful. The characters are very expressive and have a lot of personality. It's just a matter of whether or it's very similar to, like, you know, Oxygen Not Included or RimWorld with like 3 to 4 traits, some positive, some negative kind of deal. They I don't know. There's probably something there, but it's one of those games where I just feel like it needs to it's one of those games where I feel like it needs another 5 years of support, really. So but who knows? We'll find out. Yeah, I've never been a Final Fantasy person. Like, I played Final Fantasy on my Game Boy Advance when I was a little kid, which is technically Final Fantasy 3. But that's like my only real interactions with the Final Fantasy world. And I don't like MMOs, so I'm about as disconnected from this as possible, so I don't fully understand the excitement of being excited for Bunny Race. The last MMO I played briefly was because my friends begged me to play with them, and it was Terra Online. And all I really remember about that game was being a fat hamster with a broadsword. And I just ran around and beat the crap out of some mobs for about a week until my friends got bored, and I said, oh, thank Christ, and then I went and did something else with my life. The only good thing about Terra Online is that you could be a fat hamster. Like, if they just removed all of the really creepy 11-year-olds from that game and just replaced them all with fat hamsters, that game would be so much better. But that game's got, you know, your classic, it's a 1,000-year-old dragon, but it's actually an 11-year-old girl with not enough clothing on. And that's creepy. The video game. But you can be a fat ham toro, so, you know. I was a fat hamster that I called Slam Taro. And I went around and Slam Taro'd people to bits, and it was great. Although playing Terra Online is like just a constant struggle of, are the police going to show up at my door? Because you kind of feel like that half the time. But the game was fun. It was all right. It was all right for a bit. Then I got bored. We went and played good games that weren't MMOs. I thought you were depressed. I guess it was you. But yeah, I'm sure they're adding other things too. My older sister's probably really excited about that. She plays a lot of that game. I don't know. I wish I got excited for new video games. I feel like whenever I do get excited for a new video game, it's like something real short or something real small. Good games like Warframe. Yeah. I mean, this is a game I'm excited about. Really, 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 really excited about this. Like, maybe ridiculously excited about this. I want this game so bad. I can't wait. Yeah, super excited about that. But, you know, that should be obvious that I would be excited about that. It does look good, doesn't it? Man, it looks awesome. Dusk 82 looks great. Like, it looks absolutely great, so excited for that one. I'm not a Warframe partner, but I did get free cookies from Warframe. because I have a lot of friends who are Warframe partners, and every convention I sneak into the back of the Warframe booth and get free food. Every convention I've ever gone to that's had a Warframe booth, I've gotten free food from the Warframe booth. Every time. Because I find my friend Mike and just say, hey, can you get me some food? And no one's ever questioned it, so that part's pretty good. I seem to recall Cooler calling me a thief of sorts at one point because of that, though. Also, Cooler, are you still melting over there? I like Warframe because they give me free cookies, yes. I also got like $50 in free platinum to give away. They were just like, here, like they're like, are you a Warframe partner? I'm like, no, I'm just here with my friend. And they're like, oh, okay, well, here, take these. It's just a little coupon code for $50 in free platinum, so I gave it to a friend of mine who was playing at the time. I literally was like, you've been playing Warframe recently, right? And he goes, yeah. I'm like, here's $50. It's 32 C. Fuck that. How hot is it outside right now? Actually, I'm curious. For anybody who doesn't know, Cooler does all of my art for this channel. And he's too busy melting, so can't draw. So I sads. Where'd my weather app go? Where'd I put it? There it is. New phone. Yeah, it's a nice, cool 24 degrees Celsius outside. Hopefully it stays there. Oh, God. Friday it's supposed to be 20 C? Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. That's weather. That's proper weather. I'm actually like hanging out with some friends in a park that day. A friend of mine's coming to pick me up, and we're just going to go hang out. What does the mayor want? 3 crowns, okay. So long ago, so alien. Other humans in public without masks on. Strange. To give you an idea how long it's been since I've been in a Warframe booth, though, the last time I was in a Warframe booth, I met Total Biscuit in the Warframe booth. That's how long it's been since I've been in a Warframe booth. So... you got it. You got it. Cooler also animated the debug emote for me. Because, you know, I'm all about stealing assets. Totally worth it, though. Those two are worrying me. Like, they're not upset because of, like, lack of jobs. They're upset because of, like, being unable to practice martial art. And this one's upset because of getting into arguments constantly. Look at all these angries. Every single one of those angries is because he gets into arguments. God damn it, Cost Lord. Just cossing everybody out. Yeah. Well, I mean... eh. What's the worst that could happen? What are they going to do? Sue me? There is artistic additions made to it. Really? I mean, we probably have. I just tell them to brew everything, right? It's always just brew a drink from plant 100, brew a drink from fruit 100. What? 100. Brew all of the things. What are we drinking? What have we been drinking? Just waiting to get past the block screen because there's 30,000 of them that the game needs to process, and the game's not responding right now. I'd have to plant the seeds first. This is true, yes. Depends on if they've brought me any plants or not, I guess. Drinks. We have barley wine, rye beer, finger mullet beer, foxtail mullet beer, wine, cranberry wine, bilberry wine, blueberry wine, blackberry wine, raspberry wine, dwarven ale, prickleberry wine, super brew, fisherberry wine, River spirits, gross. Apricot wine, plum wine, dwarven wine, and strawberry wine. I don't know what milkshake duck is, so I don't think I'm going to do that. What is milkshake duck? I don't think I'd be capable of doing something that I don't know about. I may, however, sneak assets and get someone to animate them. But if I was asked politely to remove it, I definitely would. Heck, you can have it if you want. TennoCon? You mean Tenno Stream? Because no one's having cons. Come on. Can I just say that BlizzConline was maybe the worst name for a digital convention I've ever heard? Stone was the one who told us to plant the strawberries initially when we got a gift of strawberries. So I made a small strawberry field. Because, like, does anybody... Okay, like, it was literally spelled like this. That's how they spelled it. BlizzConline. Like, come on, just, no. It sounds like a phone line. It's like, call the BlizzCon line. It reads like a drug. No, then that would be like... That sounds like a prescription drug. I could see that being like an antidepressant. Cooler probably has more time in Warframe than I do in Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, like they're conning you out of something. I mean... Okay, now I need to Google this thing to see what you guys are calling Warframe cute. Because there's nothing in Warframe, in my opinion, that's cute. Oh, good lord. Really? You think that's cute? Those nails could kill a motherfucker. I don't know. You know, I've always thought of, like, the Warframe characters as, like, humanoid bionicles. I wonder how far down I need to scroll before I hit porn. Not very far! Okay, anyway. Not gonna stream that. Close that. That was literally half a screen. It's literally just half a screen. Ponder large sums. They've been pondering large sums for quite a while. The considered topic for formulas and the like. And there go the humans. Done with the trades. Why are you carrying... Oh, you're making crown. Why are you going in that direction? I guess there is that. Up there. And bubble hearts, too. I mean, 99.9% of my knowledge about Warframe came from the NoClip documentary. And the thing that I have the most respect for about Warframe is that they went all out with that art style and committed. And they never, like, went League of Legends with it, where they're like, nah, fuck it, just put anime chicks in it. They never did that. And you know what? I have a lot of respect for them for that. Like, the last time I checked, they don't have a K-pop group yet. I'm sure they'll get there, but... You're in that? Argue now. I'm in their Roller Coaster Tycoon video. Not cool enough to be in the Dwarf Fortress video, though, unfortunately. Although, ironically, in the Roller Coaster Tycoon video, I'm not actually in it, but a lot of my work is. A lot of my friends' work is. And my face shows up in it, once for like half a second. It's never heard the word Warframe before. It's like one of the biggest games on Steam. It's a free-to-play game made by Digital Extremes. It's a studio that's been around for a while, and made a certain Tournament of the Unreal variety at one point. Oh, fuck, we finally found that cougar. I had a cougar die at the beginning of the year, and they only just found it dead. All right, it's time to... Cool, I still have a breeding pair of cougar cubs. Time to kill the other parent. You were a consultant on the video? Yeah, no, they didn't ask me to use any of my stuff, but I don't care all that much. I care a little bit, but not enough to actually, like, kick up a fuss. It's one of those things where I would have preferred to know in advance, but yeah, well. It's Space Ninjas, and it's a giant horde mode shooter. It's more about making space ninjas that look cool than actually playing the game. It's sort of like third-person Destiny, but it's older. Is Warframe. No, Endgame is a Marvel thing. Marvel actually tried to copyright the term Endgame, but video games was part of the reason they couldn't. So, you know. Although one of my favorite, like, this completely unrelated, but, was listening back through, old podcasts of Roguelike Radio, and there's one of Tarn talking about his book with Tanya Short. And apparently there was an issue with the publisher where they didn't like the term game mechanic. And they wanted to not use the term game mechanic because they were worried people would be confused with, like, mechanisms and mechanics. Which is bonkers. You were thinking chess also for endgame? I mean, you know, in a world where Warner Brothers kind of recently copyrighted the term, or not the term, but the video game mechanic for the Nemesis system, whereas Dwarf Fortress has had a functioning Nemesis system equivalent since 2012, whenever they turned the world on. And scrap mechanic, yeah, there you go. And Dungeon Man's has had it since 2007. The original Dungeon Man's prototypes had it in 2007. Wasn't there also a Star Trek movie called Endgame, or am I making that up? All I'm saying is someone should really fight Warner Brothers for that one because it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Also, Stone, you're a resident Grand Theft Auto person. Have you seen the rumor mill surrounding a certain new Grand Theft Auto? You don't think there's a movie only one episode? Really? Okay. I thought that there was a Star Trek Endgame, but maybe I'm just, like, thinking of the episode. I'm not a big fan of Voyager. Ooh, Taurus is researching. And pondering disease classification. Nemesis. Yeah, I'd rather forget that exists. There's always a new GTA coming. Supposedly, it's a modern-day Vice City. But what I think they should do, even though I probably won't play it, or I'll be dead before it comes out. What they should do is they should do the Titanfall 2 thing, where you go forwards and backwards in time from main character in the 80s forwards in time to modern day. like rebuilding a crime empire or something. So instead of having multiple characters, you play multiple characters through different time periods. You could have like father and son hanging out in a bar, telling him the story. You like done. I just made their game for them. They could so easily do that. That's how it was in GTA 1. Yeah. Look at all those books. I think I should dig down a little bit more once we hit winter and it starts snowing. And the dwarves don't like to be outside as much. We'll go digging. To anywhere city anytime soon, or London. I mean, if you want GTA London, I think that Watch Dogs game came out. GTA Toronto. You know what we need? We need more studios to attempt to make GTA games that isn't Rockstar. I mean, I do. Because every GTA going forward is just going to be GTA Online crap. Like, it's literally a new GTA is just going to be like an engine upgrade and expansion for Grand Theft Auto Online. Moose Jaw? I mean, that would be a very small map. It would be a gas station and an A&W. That's basically all that's in Moose Jaw. Moose Jaw is a town of like, hold on, actually, I don't want to be wrong. Moose Jaw town. Population. Oh, it went up. 33,890. It's the population of Moose Jaw. No, they probably have more liquor stores than people, actually. It's in Saskatchewan. Tiny town. Well, tiny for Canada. I have a question. Has anybody ever had to fill out a CAPTCHA to search for something on Google? Why? It's making me do that right now. If I just go to Google, it's trying to make me fill out a CAPTCHA. Apparently, our systems have detected unusual amounts of traffic for your computer. I searched for 3 things, Google. 3 things. In quick succession. Yeah, I'm not filling that out. Fuck that noise. That's weird. I'm gonna switch back to quant. Slow down there, bud. Quant. I prefer quant over DuckDuckGo. I feel like it's more accurate. I was trying to figure out the number of liquor stores and... Yeah, the town that I was thinking about moving to for a while is 6,181 people. Apparently Moose Jaw is a website? Oh, it's got a military base. That's why there's so many people there. Because the town itself does not feel that big. I mean, I've been trying to use, or I've been wanting to use Brave's search engine which just went into beta because I got into the beta for it, but it's exceptionally inaccurate currently. Yeah, basically, Quiveneer. Basically, yeah. Does it have liquor store commercials on it? I don't think so. A buzzard just kicked the shit out of one of my craft dwarves. Please don't fall. Why is there Why is there like 5 dwarves standing right there? Guys, come on. Get out of the freaking doorway. All right, you guys are making me nervous here. Anybody resting injury? One of my dwarves just got mauled pretty bad by a buzzard. Nope, they seem fine. No, we're serving beer. They did definitely just dogpile a bird, though. I don't know. I don't believe I'll ever play. I have a feeling Grand Theft Auto 5 was my last Grand Theft Auto that I played and will ever play. I have this pretty big feeling in my heart that I will never enjoy another Grand Theft Auto game. I did enjoy playing through GTA 5 though when I did.
Good evening. I hope your afternoon has been going well.
It's still pretty firmly an afternoon for me here. What are you attacking? Oh, an emu. That's good. I'm doing pretty good. Thank you very much for the resub. First resub in 4 hours. Chat, it's an opportunity to post beers. We haven't had one of those in a minute. Thank you very much for the 9 months. Welcome back. Fucking cheers. I'd sip, but there's nothing in it. %. Why didn't you get the hundo? What'd you need to do to get the hundo? It's probably pretty close to what I did. I mean, I would probably play a remastered San Andreas, but that's probably about it. Realistically. Huh. Weird. That is, silly. Breskins. I don't know. I definitely never finished that game because there were certain missions I really didn't like doing. I hated the flying stuff in that game. But I did enjoy playing it back then. Oh, there's a dead emu in here. Look at that. There's an emu body. Let's see if they remove that corpse and get it butchered. Hopefully they do. Even if they don't, that's not the end of the world. Let's just turn that off until they get rid of the emu corpse. I really would like that emu corpse to go away. There we go. Let's just get it moved down. Someone butchering it? Anybody? Can't tell. There it goes. What are you doing? Just storing it in a pile. Seems about right. Probably rotted. Oh, that's getting done. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of wonder if at some point we're going to have a kind of a flip-floppy thing with games where a lot of games stop being always online. There's like this kind of small hope I have in my heart that at some point we're just going to hit a wall and then suddenly it's like, oh, all of a sudden everybody's making single player and not online only games again. But I'm not holding out hope. I'll be honest. Not really in particular holding out hope. Like, I'd like to hold out hope, but it's just like there's part of me that wants to be really excited about Metal Slug Tactics, but I'm not a huge fan of the people who've invested in the studio that's putting out Metal Slug Tactics, so kind of don't want to give them money. I have a feeling what's going to happen is at some point we're going to go from microtransactions and level up from microtransactions to NFTs. That's what I'm expecting. Although we're already kind of past what they call microtransactions because most of those transactions aren't micro. They're just transactions. Not particularly. I mean, like, there's people I'd rather give my money to. You know? Like, I mean, just look up Block Party. Frog for Hire. You want to see a bad video game that looks very bad? And is pretty goddamn bad? Just look up Block Party. You don't want to see a bad video game? It's a bad video game that I was offered like $250 to stream for 3 hours. And I was like, oh, every item in the game's an NFT. And I was like, no! You know. This is the things I do for you, chat. Not subjecting you to that kind of shit. Yeah, but none of them have any value. That's the thing. Because nobody plays that game, thank Christ. You can also, using Ethereum, you can buy chunks of the video game and they'll design it for you. It's kind of a nightmare. Kind of a nightmare. Non-fuckable token. Cooler. Technically non-fungible, but non-fuckable rolls off the tongue better. Yeah, no, there's a few games like that. Look up the Gala Games Marketplace as well. Although that's not quite to the same extent, because not everything in those games is NFTs. They're just, those are more just like Facebook-style idle games that are, all of the currency in them is just crypto. What? I mean... Hello, Luta Pelargorn? I have no idea how to say that, but hello. How are you? What's up? It's kind of a new youngling thing. Fake kitty money for children. That's powered by computer. And we'll probably bring about the end of times. Also, the humans have brought their tributes again. This is the second tribute of the day, right, Stone? Yes, it is that time. The 201st. Yes, that's what I thought. I see a turtle or a gem. One of the two. It's either an uncut gem or a turtle. Smooth movements to dwarves. That was already answered in the last conversation I had with Tarn. So if you want, you could go watch the interview that I had with him last time. The TLDR response to that is maybe, but not anytime soon. That was basically what he said. It's like, yeah, that's a thing that we could maybe do, but anytime soon, probably not. Like, as in tomorrow? Or, like, 2 weeks after? Because if there's one coming out tomorrow, can you DM me and tell me whether or not so that I can delete the dozen questions? Nearing the end of the month? Okay. Because there's a whole bunch of questions that are like, when's the next video update? And I'm like, I don't know if I should ask that or not, because it's around the right time. That should be up tomorrow. Isn't it pretty late where you're at? Well, good evening. Hello from Canada. Hamster blood. Imagine how many hamsters they'd need to kill to get a barrel full of hamster blood. Actually, the ironic thing is we could do the math and figure out how many hamsters they'd have to kill to get a barrel full of hamster blood. So you can get everything to you? I mean, sure. I need more coffee. I just need to also keep reminding people that I don't work for KitFox Games. Because it's real funny when I have people saying, like, are you the officials? It's like, no, I'm not. Just an idiot with a microphone. Yes. 10 units is a full barrel of hamster blood. Because each barrel can have up to 10 units of liquid in it. So it's a barrel filled with hamster blood. Cooler says, nah. I disagree. I just want to be able to, I just want to be able to, like, bake or cook the blood so we can have blood sausage or blood pudding. Fireworks? I'm very confused. Why are we talking about fireworks? Barrel is 40 units? 10 is bucket? Small barrel. Problem solved. Oh, outside, I'm like, I'm looking at this list going, I don't see fireworks. What are you talking about? Maybe leftovers from the football? Just a theory. Where's the other human? Okay, so that's Mim. Oh. Another slow one. Come on, get down here. Get down here, you slowpoke. From the well, I mean, they obviously weren't happy with the outcome, so they waited a few days to set off the fireworks. Makes perfect sense to me. Technically, I'm in a war right now, Massive Breaker. But if you think that I'll get invaded, then you don't know how the game works mechanically. Because the enemy won't invade unless you have 80 dwarves. And because I'll never have 80 dwarves, it's not a concern. So I'd have to knowingly and willingly allow more dwarves into the fortress to have a problem. And because I don't allow more dwarves into the fortress, I'm not going to have a problem. So I'm very careful about keeping the population at cap. What is that human carrying? Doesn't that spoil the surprise? I think it's clothing. Some form of armor or clothing. It's hard to say. But yeah, no, we are intentionally avoiding war. Because that is not a wise decision. It's a very slow human. Also, this human is taking a completely different route into the fortress than every other human has ever taken, so that's also kind of confusing. I mean, I hear random fireworks sometimes for no reason, so it's probably just random fireworks for no good reason. They never send the same merchant twice, I don't think. It's like a rite of passage. This human is an independent one. They're making their own decisions, that's for sure. I mean, they're almost there. I just need to get up those stairs up there. Well, I mean, usually if I'm hearing gunshots, I'm also about to then hear police shots. It happens sometimes. Did the guard just bail out? I'm not sure where the guard went, I'll be honest. I mean, I would too if I was following this human taking vastly suboptimal pathways. I mean, I'll wait for you by the exit. I'm gonna go get a beer. Oh, there's the guard. All right, let's see. Well, the leather armor was the main thing they were carrying. A bronze puzzle box, some silty clay, and earthenware nullis plectrum, so a guitar pick, I think? Cat leather meb... Ooh, I need to look into what a cat leather meben is. Because that's an instrument I can't make, actually. And I had a human that was trying to use one recently. So I need to look into what that is. Because I don't have any currently, or I didn't last time I checked. The meben is a mid-sized handheld wind instrument through which constant airflow is maintained by the use of a leather bag. It is supplied by a wooden blowpipe, and the musician selects the pitch by pressing keys to stop holes in the stone melody pipe. Attached to the bag, the melody pipe is a cylindrical bore tube. A glass drone pipe provides a constant accompaniment, so it's a bagpipe. The instrument has a 3-octave range, going from a low to a medium-high pitch. The instrument has an even, gentle timbre. This is a cat leather meben. It is decorated with finely crafted cow horn. The blowpipe is made from pear wood. The bag is made from cat leather. The melody pipe is made from magnetite. And the drone pipe is made from crystal glass. Ooh, fancy. On the item is an image of thin crosses in pink tourmaline. On the item is an image of a human in oak. It has a blowpipe. It is not a bagpipe. But it's similar design to a bagpipe. It's a smaller bagpipe. A pipe bag, as we will call it. Speaking of, I'm actually kind of curious. Let's just put all of the musical instruments in there. Kind of hoping that they'd move it up there. Oh. That's why. They literally can't get down here. There's also a dead crow in my, or a buzzard rather, in my living space. Putting everything away. Everything's getting put away. Yeah, I just hope that they put that away. But I haven't said thank you enough today, so thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out, chilling, and watching the stream today. Cheers, guys. I hope that everyone's having a solid afternoon so far. Man, there's some weird things on Steam. I know that's like a random thing to just like say out loud, but there's some weird things on Steam. Stream wouldn't be here if people didn't watch Infinity. So thank you for watching. And the dwarves, of course, have arrived to trade, because it is that time of year again. After we're done trading with the dwarves, we're going to, well, continue digging. A lot of storing of stuff in location. Let's see if, more instruments have been put up in there. 28, there we go.
Hello all.
2 9-month subs today. Redbeard, thank you very much for the 9 months. Whitcode resubbed for 9 months about 20 minutes ago. Thank you very much for the 9 months. Cheers. Welcome back. Thanks for continuing to watch and support the streams. And thanks for all the comments on the YouTube videos. I do see them. Which is why I try and leave a little heart on them or whatnot when I get the opportunity. Uh-oh. Is that a depressed dwarf? Nope. But you do feel loathing being out in the sunshine again. Nice to know that you're a good, happy dwarf. All the babies. Not a big fan of that. It's just a little weird to me. I do find that stuff to be a little bit odd. Well, I hope you've been feeling all right recently. Trade a bunch of those. Got a bunch of stuff to sell. Well, the comments go a long way, you know, like the difference between 2 comments and 3 comments on a YouTube video is like a third more comments, right? It's been kind of neat seeing the VOD videos start to get pretty consistent comments now. Like initially when I first started posting them, it took a very long time for any of them to start getting comments, but they do now, and that kind of means a lot, so. It's really nice that they get comments. Probably going to play some more Death Crown kind of soonish here. I think we'll finish up this year. And then I think that'll be enough time for like an hour of Death Crown, and then I have to prepare for a sponsored stream on a Steam page. I'm going to be streaming on the Indoor Lands Steam page for a bit. Gotta pay some bills. Initially, it was supposed to be Evil Trick doing this, but he's unfortunately not doing so hot. He's got a double ear infection. Both of his ears have ear infections, so he has to go see a doctor. Blue Water and their lovely husband, Tiny Goliath, two dwarves that were both born in this fortress and got married. Adorable story. Have had a brand new baby. The first son of Blue Water and Tiny Goliath. Would anybody like this brand new baby boy? Yeah, both ears. So hopefully that's why we didn't do an RTS Monday this week, and hopefully next week. Him and Dire Dwarf doing stuff on Steam many times. Yeah, their Steam streams happen pretty frequently. I tend to skip them most of the time. I'm usually the backup. You'd love to? You'd love Quaveneer too? Quaveneer 2 was born today, which makes him very young indeed. His long sideburns are neatly combed, his very long mustache is neatly combed, his long beard is arranged in double braids, and his very short hair is neatly combed. His cobalt eyes are very round, and his nose is short. His ears are somewhat short, and his head is somewhat narrow. His hair is a crew, and his skin is sandy taupe. He personally sees guile and cunning as indirect and worthless, and disregards tradition, and sees introspection as important. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Prefers to consume large roach and soft wheat beer. And hates oysters. He's a pessimist and does not go out of his way to help others. Well, he can't because he can't walk yet. He tends to easily fall in love and develop positive feelings, like he loves his mom. And he occasionally overindulges and has a calm demeanor, can handle stress, and likes a little excitement now and again, especially when he gets given a new toy. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents, not that he knows any better, and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. Well, yes, he's a baby. He licks his lips when he's nervous. Naturally, he's a baby. And lowers his eyes when he's annoyed. Well, at least he communicates very well for a baby. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, because he's a dwarf. I mean, he may die by getting thrown off a cliff by Mum. Kavish, the Outpost Liaison, says, I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. The world's the same as ever. What requests do you have of emergence? And then I power through this in the menu. And then Kavish says, Simplex, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Look at all of those crutches that we are selling. Yeah, I'm always nervous the day before having chats with Tarn. I'm always very worried something's going to go wrong. Nothing's gotten wrong yet during them, aside from, like, cats knocking stuff over and breaking things. So, we'll see how it goes. But, you know. It's one of those days where I just kind of don't know what to say half the time. It's one of those days. One of those days. Just haven't, like, one of the, like, most challenging things about the pandemic and the isolation of the pandemic for me and my job is I have to be interesting to watch, right? I have to have stuff to talk about. My brain's, like, empty these days because, like, I don't have any of the fun extracurricular activities that I used to go about and do, right? So now it's like, I have to have relatively interesting conversations without just like overlaying the same subjects every 2 hours or so, and do that every day for like 8 to 10 hours. Gets kind of difficult after a while because I kind of run out of shit to talk about. You know what I'm saying, Chad? So this is where I say, like, how's your day been, Chad? What have you guys been up to? I think on Friday after I put the interview audio up, I'm gonna, or after I put the interview video up, I'm gonna be getting driven downtown with a friend of mine, and we're gonna go drink alcohol publicly in a park because that's legal here now. Because only myself is fully vaccinated, the other two are only 1 shot in. So we're going to go hang out in a park in the middle of nowhere and drink. Some of you may have seen his Ponce's streams, who's a friend of mine. It's me, Ponce, and our other friend who doesn't stream. Dude from who used to do a lot of League of Legends videos. So Gothic, you have 2 options here. You can either apologize or I will ban you. I don't particularly appreciate that kind of harassment. It's quite literally that fucking simple. You dickwad. So what'll it be? Ban or apology? You have 1 more line of text. I'm hovering over the ban button. You got 1 more line. I want an I'm sorry. Okay, bye then. Nice knowing you. Alcohol in a paper bag? No, like it's like legit legal. You could just publicly drink. To the Shadow Realm with them. Cunt. There's some things I just don't appreciate, right? And that shit I will never appreciate. Overreaction, maybe. You try walking into work every day and be told to fucking take your pants off. And don't threaten your boss with a lawsuit. I, at the very least, have the privilege of being able to just simply silence the people who do that. Hopefully it'll slowly teach people 1 person at a time that it's not acceptable to demand that kind of shit from people, even if they think it's hilarious. Especially if you think it's fucking hilarious. But cannot be visible? Huh, no, it's legal. You can just bring glasses, do whatever you want. Although it has to be specific sections of parks. So there's like a map that we have where it's just like this big red chunk of this park, which is like a set of pathways and a fountain. Also heard fireworks? Oh, really? That's kind of funny. I heard fireworks 2 nights ago. But I don't know. I just assume they're left over from Canada Day. I don't think anybody should be setting off fireworks right now, period, though. It's too dry. Everything's just like dusted over with brown, dirty grass, and it's upsetting. You know what's something that will never cease to amaze me? Is people's inability on the internet, people's inability to realize that they've done something that is not appreciated and their inability to apologize. It's something that I'm noticing more and more and more and more and more. The longer I do this, the longer I'm on the internet, the less I see people that are willing to apologize. And I want to know why that is. What has changed about our society that we are slowly growing backwards in our ability to have basic manners and respect for other people? I'm genuinely curious about that. All right, we're going to dig, I think, another 15 levels down and see if we can spot the next cavern layer and see what we need to dig through. Let's go down to layer 70. Let the digging begin. No, that is to be expected. I mean, I would honestly say they're probably left over from the football game. That would be my assumption. They probably just didn't fire all their stuff off on the football day, and now they have some time left, so they're like, yeah, fuck it. I mean, that would make a lot more sense than like late Canada or America Day fireworks. Because it was a very recent thing. It was just on the weekend. But it's been a couple days, you know. Yeah, fuck it. We got some time. Let's go fire off the rest of our fireworks. Why not? Makes sense. Theory checks out to me, anyway. I see the logic in it. Ooh, kimberlite. Blue rock. Should make some kimberlite blocks. So the real question now is, are we going... Oh, there we go. Mark it down, friends. The year 271. The day in which we, at Longdeath, discovered the third cavern layer. Well, second cavern layer, not the third. Second cavern layer. The second cavern layer, not the third one. Pause and stop digging. Layer 62. Holy shit. I might go around this. I can't even see the fucking bottom of it. Oh my Christ almighty. That is a deep cavern layer. That is a deep fucking cavern layer. All right. I might go around that one. We'll take another peek. Does it have magma at the bottom? I can't see the bottom yet, and we haven't seen a giant magma pool, but we'll have to take a look. Just getting the stairwell sealed. So, you know, we don't get any unwanted nasties climbing in. It might actually be the third cavern layer. Nope, water. Water on layer 121. Looks like. Water. Let's do this. Sometimes you have the urge to call some people out, but you resist. But in your mind, you go, this person has not been spanked enough as a child. Isn't it, like, considered parental abuse to spank a child now? I'm pretty sure that it's, like, illegal to spank a kid. And Lorbam the Merchant has given birth to a baby girl. Does anybody want that brand new baby girl? Wherever Lorbam is. There you are. Iril. Anybody want to be a brand new baby girl in the fortress? Any takers? Anybody? Anyone or any day? How about, is that 4? I think that's 4 in Roman numerals. Welcome back, Bastet. She is a daughter of Lorbam and caveman crafting. In fair skin? No, actually. She was born today, which makes her very young indeed. Her dry hair is wavy and her medium-length hair is neatly combed. Her nose is short and her slightly flattened ears are somewhat narrow. Her cobalt eyes are slightly close set. Her head is somewhat narrow and her hair is ecru and her skin is sandy taupe. She personally finds introspection to be a waste of time and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. And of course dreams of raising a family. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to slowly push the magma tube to the left and go around that big old chasm. It's a nice chasm. It would be a shame if I were to ruin it. Yeah, sandy taupe skin. No, I was asking if that is what a 4 is in Roman numerals, because I don't really know Roman numerals. Right, so this will get that. I should have gotten that last bit done. Okay, so I did 5 then. I don't know Roman numerals. I mean, that is a fair reference, but I don't spend much time looking at the title of Grand Theft Auto. I mean, would you want to build a suspended lava lamp? I mean, we could do it. It'll just take forever. And, you know, tons of opportunities for creatures. Also, there's fucking water at the bottom of it. Yeah, no, we're going around that. To hell with that. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm probably going to, just every layer start going over to the left one. So if I go over to the left one here, 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 here. all the way down to there. It should be hopefully enough to get us to roughly over here. So no, I'm not going to build through that because there's water at the bottom of this. If there wasn't water at the bottom of it, I'd build through it. But because there's water at the bottom of it, I do not want to do that. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a scouting tunnel. So we're going to go over to here. I can, because I won't play it. Well, I mean, I don't want to do, I mean, I could do lava lamp at the edge of Dark Chasm. I don't want to have to go through water. That's the problem. If I didn't have to go through water, I'd be more inclined to do silly digging shenanigans, but I have to go through water, so. Okay, where's my dwarf doing the digging? I mean, I mean, 10, what? You know what? You guys have your nonsense. I will sit here and play dwarfs. You guys have lost me. I feel like I need to look at the Wikipedia page for Roman numerals. Alright, so this is going to bring us all the way down to here. At which point I will dig there. We will smooth that. My mind isn't messed with, but I am confused as to what you guys are on about. Because it seems, like just some random goddamn shenanigans to me. So now I need to smooth these and fortify them, and we'll take a peek. And we will see what's up next. Now that we've dug into a second cavern layer. Convenient, this dwarf also has stone detailing. Time is 60 because Sumerians, because of the Sumerians, they could count to 60 on their fingers. Wait, how the heck do you count to 60 on your fingers? I have several questions. Let's see what we see. I wonder if there's going to be bodies at the bottom of this. I kind of hope so. Let's pause. Yeah, this is the third cavern layer. Does that mean I missed the second one? Yeah, it's a big old lake. Also, cave crocodile? And some mangled crundles. A bit of blood. Some dead giant rats. All right. It's a pretty steep ledge there. Of course, also some giant cave toads and more crundles and some blood. Who knows what other fun things we'll run into. And then we should also go this way and do a little bit more scouting. Uh-oh, I screwed that up. That's fine. Should be able to fill that in. More kimberlite. Yeah, no, more water at the bottom of that. Big ol' underground ocean. Not seeing anything alive, though. That's almost scary in its own way. Not really seeing anything that's alive, though. Come on, Dwarf, get down here and construct that, please. It was a different time. That or they were just good at remembering numbers, you know? Mad science. Or maybe they counted by tens. I'm sure we actually know how they count. I'm just bullshitting. I actually know very little about the Sumerians. I just kind of take that stuff at face value and assume everybody knows what they're talking about, and I don't, because it's not a subject I'm particularly educated in. Which is generally what I do when I know nothing about something, is I just pretend I just admit that I know nothing and then let everybody else do the work for me. It's actually a pretty good way to live your life, I'm not going to lie. Also, we're back up to 51 dwarves, meaning giants can arrive. So can titans. And King wants 2 more ballista arrows. You know, this is how comparing Roman numerals and our current day counting systems makes me feel like I'm having the metric versus imperial argument with people. It's like, this is similar levels of how ridiculous imperial is versus metric to me. Oh, I've been ball-assing since before you got here, man. Trust me. Been doing all the ball-assing. Yes! Fuck yeah! Although you're adding too many L's. It's B-A-L, not B-A-L-L. If you type in B-A-L-L, I won't get anything. Fuck yeah! We found the magma pool. We found the magma pool. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Man. Longdeath, you grow up so quick. The dwarves had heard rumors, but we didn't know for certain. There she is. Meaning, we still have a problem, though. I don't know where the second cavern layer is, or the third cavern layer, because we found one, and now this one. But there's another one somewhere. Although this does, however, mean I can begin building the pumps. Because I could route lava from down here, you know, to somewhere a little bit more usable now, which is useful. It's only taken us, 266 years. But we can begin planning the route for... I mean, like, the red and purple trees is the lowest cavern layer, right? So this has to be the bottom cavern layer. Unless I'm very misguided. This wooden title in your stream game. I think that Alexandra had to go. She's not lurking anymore. But this is like 600 hours of 6 to 700 hours of playtime. Yeah, I think we're gonna go down to try and get through this. Although, maybe I should do another scouting tunnel. Can I go straight through that? Yeah, I can. All right, let's do another scouting tunnel. What do you mean an unmanaged PR account? It's managed. She just pops in sometimes when she's on lunch, if I'm not mistaken. The heck makes you think it's unmanaged? We shall take a peek. Although we need to wait for them to build the stairs first. Yeah, let's cancel that. And of course, you know, just seal these off real quick. But yeah, I have no idea what you mean by unmanaged. It's definitely a managed PR account. So I don't know what I communicated incorrectly. But the account left the chat like 40 minutes ago. Unsupervised? How's it unsupervised? It's literally her job to run that account, dude. She is that account's supervision. The heck? So yeah, I don't know what you're on about, Freskins. But then again, I almost never know what you're actually on about, so. Oh, would you look at that? Clevinair's riding with Mum down into the basement. No. It's not. Which is why I'm very perplexed by what Freskins is on about. Freskins, are you drinking? Are you playing, I mean, that's just normal. For the basement to be full of Grundle corpses. That's just normal. This is not a weird anomaly. That's just pretty standard dwarf affair. Okay, well, just so that we're totally clear, it's literally her job to manage that account. The account is not running amok. She's doing her job. I don't know where you got this impression. It's like a sauna. I'm so sorry. Yeah, that was me like 2 weeks ago. Then I snapped and plugged in the AC. Now it's fine, because I have AC. Because they were overhearing and flying super slow. Oh no, that's actually kind of horrible. We are going to carve us a nice little view of the lava. I want to see how deep this goes and see if we can spot the lower magma sea. I wonder if we missed the first cavern layer. Because that's definitely possible. Now I'm wondering if there's another cavern layer above us that I haven't hit somehow. You headed somewhere, Frogfire? Wherever you're headed, be safe. Have a good trip. Not through the lava, but out and into the lava. Clay's doing the honors. Dig, you good dwarf. Dig. Dig. And there you go. Let's see what more we can see. Just a food run. I get you. Cost Lord's throwing a tantrum. There we go. We have discovered the Great Magma Sea. Raw adamantine. Praise the miners. All right, so that's layer 52. Yep, and it still was toppled by Costlord. Well, was that a Crundle in the sea? Nope. Crundles don't live in the sea. That was definitely a magma crab. Capital C, not a lowercase c. Did no one see you knock a building over? Is no one reporting the crime? No one's reporting the crime, so I guess not. Oh. Wants to report crime and attend a meeting because my mayor witnessed it, so was having such a hard time deciding whether or not to report a crime or attending a meeting, just kind of decided to go to bed instead. You know what? I can relate. Yeah, the mayor saw the crime. It's like, I need to attend the meeting, but I also have to report the crime. Ah! It's kind of funny. Not gonna lie. Kind of funny. And then the criminal's just like sitting on the chest like, I'm waiting. It's a little stressing. Can you imagine just sleeping and then some crazy criminal who just tantrumed is just like hanging out on your bed? It's like, hey, I need to cry on you. I need to cry on you. Just come over here. I need to cry on you. I need to cry on you. I need to cry on you. Wake up, boss. Oh, there you go. There you go. Now, hopefully we can get that meeting attended without problems. Watch there be problems. There you go. Did you report the crime? Or are you going to go report the crime now? Still freaking out about what to do. This seems like a bit of a mass cancel issue. It's a lot of question marks. It's more question marks than Mario. Okay, so you're going to conduct the meeting. Now you're going to go report the crime. There you go. There, you figured it out. So hopefully prison helps, Cost Lord. It's nice that the mayor saw it, though. This is a problem. He keeps on having to conduct meetings. I just can't conduct meetings faster than he can report the damn crime. God damn it. Let our poor mayor go report the damn crime. Is it Cost Lord again? Nope, this time it's Side Scoop. All right, now you're going to go slurve plum wine. This is not very helpful. Okay, you are no longer the I need you to report the damn crime. Oh, there you go. You did. Never mind. Okay, one account of disorderly conduct. 29 days in prison. Got off easy, frankly. Half as much as a murder sentence for breaking a still. Much easier to break a still than a move. Chat, this is where you go, you're so funny, streamer. This is the content I'm paying for. And I go, yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. He toppled a still. If you topple a still, does it become a moving? These are the questions I need to know. Ba-dum-tsh. Who here's looking forward to tomorrow, chat? Tomorrow should be pretty good, I think. It's also nice now that I know what direction I need to build. More or less. Well, feels guilty. So that's probably it for Cost Lord, I would think. Hey, Jocks. Glad to be able to catch you on Twitch even momentarily. Oh, hello. Mostly had to catch it on YouTube as you can. Well, at the very least, it's archived on YouTube, right? It's always nice to hear that people have been watching it on YouTube, regardless. Game is saving because winter is upon us. Must be scary getting winter just like dogpiling you. Yeah, tomorrow should be fun. Bit of stress, but it should be fun. I see. It's gotta be scary as the ice just insta freezing. Yeah, no, that I can. I mean, I've been there, done that in adventure mode before. It's not a fun time. +5 stress, +10% satisfaction. I mean, stress is worth it the day after, in my experience. It's like a stressful afternoon is fine as long as the day after relieves said stress. But, like I said earlier, I need to find a direct route through the caverns, and it might actually be right here, more or less, then down to here. Because we need a way up and out for that lava so that I can pump it. There's a lot of it. A whole goddamn lurt of it. Problem now is power. Use the lava to power itself. I might use the water and floodgates and set up a temporary water route, or not floodgates. What I'm probably going to use is I'm probably going to drain some of the water down here off the map, or water from the upper Z level off the map, flow it off the map, and then set up water wheels. Use those. Stuff going on in the background that's distracting. Fortunately, though, there's no deep water here that can insta-freeze, even in the winter. All the shallow stuff is not an issue. We'll walk right over top of it. Man, it's taking a while for them to get to digging that. What are they all doing? Oh, no, they're starting. Where are they digging then? I guess they're starting from the top, probably. But yeah, Jacques, today we dug down to the, I guess, the bottom cavern layer. I somehow managed to miss one. There's another cavern layer somewhere. I don't know where it is. But there's another cavern layer somewhere, so... I don't know what Loki time means, by the way. It's time to say beer? I read that as rear. I refuse to say the other thing. Clearly. I don't know what Loki time is. Is this like burger time, but like weird Marvel characters? How you doing, Squog? How's your day been? Hope your day's been good. You hate that Germanic people straight ripped off a well-established Marvel character from their religion? For their religion. Sure, yeah. You know, honestly, I wonder, actually, I was wondering about this a little while ago. How many people are big fans of, like, Marvel and shit and have no idea that Thor and Loki are, you know, Norse gods and all? Genuine, like, question mark on that. Costlord's throwing another tantrum, probably still in prison, too. No. Oh, yeah, he is still in prison. Well, Costlord's pretty much done, I think. Let's see what we can spot over in this corner. Probably just more water, I would assume. But yeah, I think what I'll do is I'll make an an artificial water flow. Build a bunch of best Thor story isn't Marvel's. Oh, probably. I also find Thor to be like, or rather, Marvel's rendition of Thor to be one of the most boring versions of Thor. Why are all those dead? Bunch more dead Gorlaks and Crundles and such. Of the like. Well, not bad, if I do say so myself. Let's just seal that off. Hey, yo. Audio, what's up? We've explored our way down into the bottom of the depths. Finally. It only took us close to 300 years. And the route in which that we have to go is not that bad. We have a pretty easy, large area to dig through. Underground ocean, though. And there's our lava. Meaning I only need to go... I mean, there might still be... There probably isn't another cavern layer. I think that we hit the second cavern layer first. I'm pretty sure this is the third one, and then this is the second one. Meaning there probably is another cavern layer somewhere up here in this area. That's my assumption, anyway. I could be wrong, though. There might still be another one underneath that bottom one. But I hope you're doing well, audio. But that being said, I think that we ought to kind of call it here. I was hoping to get, not for the stream, just for Longdeath. I want to play some more Death Crown. We made it to early winter of 271, which is a little bit less. It's like a year and 3/4. Biggest achievement today was we did a bunch of digging. We had a few more babies. We are up to 51 population again, which means every springtime or every time the season rolls over, there's a couple dice rolls that says, hey, maybe a big scary creature will show up, which is fun. We're at year 271, and we know where the caverns lead to now. So we'll be able to figure out how we're actually going to get the lava into the lava lamp now. So that'll be fun. I might actually just use this creek as a power source. I've been kind of planning on doing that for a while. It's just a matter of actually doing that. I just don't know how I would get power to the actual pump stack. We'll need to figure that out. So that'll be fun. Because I kind of want the pump stack to come all the way up to here, which means I'm going to need to physically construct a pump stack, which is not going to be fun to do. But, you know, it is what it is. We're building it. We're getting there. That being said, time to swap games. So if you're here specifically for Dwarf Fort stuff, and you're a Dwarf Fort nut, if I take a refresh here real quick, there's a few people streaming Dwarfs that you could go watch. Pretty sure they're all cool. Although there is one person who I think is actually streaming Pokemon in the Dwarf Fortress directory, so maybe don't watch them. But there is 2 other people playing Dwarfs right now, actively. we're going to go play Death Crown for the remainder of the stream. So if you're here specifically for Dwarfs and you're peacing out, thank you very much for watching. But we're going to continue to hang out for a bit. I do think that you should continue chilling because, well, Death Crown's pretty cool. I'm going to go quickly use the toilet, and then we'll swap over.